Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, how we all doing? What a fantastic Thursday this is. Beautiful weather, beautiful games, and yeah, I don't know where else I was gonna go with that, to be honest. So let's get to it. So we're gonna play some workers and resources once again. We're gonna carry on from where we was up to yesterday in yesterday's live stream. So we had a bit of a, what's the word for it, bit of a disaster really of a time. Well, not really. Well, the stream was great, but what happened in the game wasn't so great. So we ended up plunging into a massive debt. We from like 250 million rubles down to zero in the blink of an eye. We tried taking out loans to try and counteract this, but it didn't really help us, to be honest. Because as soon as we take the loan, that money was gone. And when we took a look at our expenses and where our money was going, we realized pretty quickly, if we scroll back far enough through the days, because it's been a while since we stopped it. Electronics in 1 month, because if we scroll this all the way to, you know, March, there we go. In 1 month, 22.5 million rubles are spent on 21.5 tons of electronics, and that is just not sustainable. Like, what the heck? Because then, like, when we look at our exports, if we look at January, for instance, 22.2. So, oh, sorry, 16.4 in profit, because we're halfway through this month, or nearly finished going through this month at least anyway. So yeah, it's just not sustainable in the slightest. Like 16.2 million we're making from exports, and then we're buying in 22.5 million worth of electronics. So we just said no, we're not bringing in any more electronics. Whatever we've got is it, because we just can't sustain that rate of import, which is unfortunate because our people are crying out for it. So the other problem was, as well, is we was also buying in a shit ton of meat. I think it was something like 5 million worth of meat. So we decided, well, we can do something about that relatively easy. So we built a farm. We built some cow printing buildings that turn the corn into cows, and then the cows into meat. And I think that's probably a nicer way of putting it than we made some ranches and then slaughtered the cows. But that is the reality of what's happening. So yeah, we've got one large farm is with 9 fields that's making plenty of crops, and this is only going to get better and better as time goes on as well, because these fields will gain more nutrients into the soil, which means we'll get more crops per field. So this is going to scale and get better and better as time goes on. So it's already really good right now. It's going to get even better than that. That then feeds two livestock farms, which prints cows, which then go into a sort of holding pen. Each have their own, which then go to the meat making facility, which then goes into a meat locker, and then that meat locker is then filling this one, which the helicopters then take it to main city, where we can then distribute it between the shops, which we haven't got to just yet because we had a little bit of a rough patch with these helicopter transports, to say the least, really. So we're trying to make it better, and I think we're doing all right. I think we're getting there. We had a bit of a rough start with it, but they're now transporting that over to here, where we then have an awaiting, well, some trucks, which are then going to pick up the meat from here, because we've managed to cease buying meat for the tiny coal town and the steel mill town. We've ceased meat production, well, meat purchasing from the border for them, and now we just need to sort it out for main city. So that's where we're up to. So we just need to send meat to here, and we'll set that to 90%. We do have another one right here, 90%. We have another shop somewhere around here that needs fresh meat. Where is it? There it is. So we'll get that one set as well, and then we've got this one here, which we just need to set right there. So we've got that one, this one. Where's it gone? Fucking hell, they keep eluding me, these. That one, that one, that one, and that one. Do we not have one around here? Maybe not. So that's going to be something we need to set up next then. We probably should get a shop round here for these. Because I'm guessing... yeah, they need to get a bus or walk, but they can't walk to a shop close enough. So let's get that set up now, so we you know, we don't have citizens chowing that they can't get any food, because heaven forbid they go a little bit hungry for a while. So let's get them. I really like this big shopping center. I know I'm going to be using it a lot, I know, but it is a really good building. It holds a lot of stuff, and it can take a lot of people in, so I really do like it. It is really good. So I'm going to set it up so the road is on this side, because I don't want it to intersect with this. I want to keep it separate if possible. So we're just trying to line it up so it makes sense with the pathing infrastructure that we have so far. And you know what? I'm doing away with that. I think we'll round this corner off. So let's get the path like so. And then I think it'll just be a little bit nicer getting the building tucked up right up close. And we'll make sure that is off. I hate this angle because it makes it look like the building isn't parallel with the road. But we know it is. Oh, sugar. Didn't flip the building. Right, let's try that again. Flip. We'll make sure they don't come and thingy the path. There we go. That's more like it. That's what we want. So now we can put a path going along here, and we'll just say okay to that. We'll get a path to there, one there and one there, and we'll say okay to them. Next, we want to get the meat locker set up. Oh, autosave. So we want to go into cargo, meat locker. I know, I keep calling it a meat locker. Just a bit of whimsy. I know it's not a meat locker, but it's just, I mean, technically it is, because it holds meat, but it's not really a meat locker. It's a fridge or a freezer. I'm not entirely sure. Just want to get that road with a nice curve on it so that the vehicles will have an easier time getting in and out. So there we go. There's the most optimal curve we can have. We also want to put a bin near here as well, which I'll remember to do now rather than later, and then get all embarrassed because stupid Clark forgot again. There we go. Brilliant. And we'll say okay to all those roads. So we'll finalize the path. That was close. I nearly deleted it. Finalize the path right there, and yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. And then we'll just that's pretty much it. That's everything set up here, ready and raring to go. So that'll keep these happy. That'll stop them chowing at me that we're not feeding them, because I kind of forgot. But we'll just gloss over that. That's not important. That's not important. We'll pretend it was always there, even though it wasn't. We'll pretend it was. Then I don't look like a complete buffoon. Right, cool. So the construction offices are going away to get that sorted. So how is the waste? Is it fixed? Are we problem free? It looks like we are. So there's barely any ash left. Thank goodness for that. What about the one over here? So this is still in the process. Building is without power. That is fine. That's without power. That is not fine. That does need power. At least I think it needs power. I don't actually know. It seems to be running. But does it actually need power? That is a good question. Well, what I do know is I want to get another high voltage line coming over here. So let's get a big switch. You know what? We'll put it over here. We'll put it here. This works really well. So we'll pop it right there. And then I'm going to use an underground cable for this, because this is not going to branch off to others. This is literally here for power here and anything else we may build here in the future. So it's not going to go off and, you know, go connect to, you know, like we've done with the main power, where we end up doing it as a big ring. It's just literally going to be there as a exit branch, so it'll be fine with an underground power cable. And then we can draw that all the way over here. Do I need to put a slight bit? No, that's fine. I thought that was the water purification system then. The water rectifier. I don't know what you want to call it. The water regulator. Let's just call it every name. Where do we want to put? Do we want to put? Yeah, that could work there. That could work really well there. So let's put it there. Then we just want to draw a power cable in again. And then bring it up to there. That'll do. Lovely. That better not have broke. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. It's frozen. It's fine. It's fine. Calm down, Clark. Take a deep breath. Big breath. Right. Next, we need the normal power mabobby doodah didgeridoo thingamabob thingy path. There we go. That thing. No, we need power lines. Autosave. Come on, it's always when I'm drawing cables and stuff. Could you at least wait until I've finished? That would have been amazing if you'd have done that. There we go. Power lines in. All good. So this is running again now. We've got a bit of a backlog of waste because this was pretty much full all the way through. So it looks like this thing that we created is working rather well. The only issue is see, it says biological waste. It's not burnt everything. Biological waste. It's going to be the same in all of it. We're going to end up with freaking whatchamacallit in here. I just know it. We're going to end up with fertilizer left in there. And that's not good. See, it's ash there, and ash there. So why the hell is fertilizer getting in here? I couldn't find anything. I don't know if I was looking properly or what, but I couldn't find anything to answer why fertilizer ends up in here. Only thing I can assume is it's a bug. Unless I'm mistaken, so we need to figure something out. I don't know how to combat other than we do like what we did at the other place. We get four bin wagons to sit in here to collect fertilizer if any ends up left. That's the only thing I can think of, and if we do that now, it saves me forgetting and getting stressed out later. So let's sell that fella. We'll get 4 of the these ones, T815s. We'll wait for them to arrive, and then once they have, we'll tell them to come here, collect fertilizer, and fuck it off to the border because we don't want it. As simple as that. We do not want it. It is causing us more of a problem than it is a solution. Right, so once that power cable is sorted, then it might run a little bit quicker, to be honest. I think really realistically it only needs power to operate the claw if you're loading things. But other than that, like, what else do they need power for? Maybe to recharge the forklift? I don't know. Whatever. What I do want to do though is I want to get another one of these helicopters, because they are working fantastically, to say the least. They are working so freaking well. Can they take a liquid input? No, they can't, because I was going to attach a fuel storage to them, so that way there was more fuel stored here. But we can't, so it's a moot point. Oh, sugar, I didn't realize we could change the color. Oh, I'd have done them red for red meat. You, where are you? Oh, that looks pretty cool. All right, calm your blades down. That one's pretty cool. I like the blue. That one's really cool as well. I like the we got green, black, and then red. That looks really smart. But we're gonna go with red. And now I want to do it to the others. Hopefully I can tell the difference on these tiny little pictures. Yes, you're the right one. Oh, balls. Hey, hacked. There we go. Work around. Oh, okay. Right, we're heading back then. Oh no, wait, are we going to the main city? Or is this... No, this is Coal Town. I mean, to be fair, you can do a there and back trip on a tank of fuel, so that's not too bad. And you are traveling pretty rapid. So we want to add you to this awkward gathering of helicopters. So off you pop, fella. I think as long as we don't go too crazy with the number of helicopters, 3 landing pads on both sides should be fine. Like, if we do want to go with more, then we can just add like maybe another single one on either side, and then that should be fine. I think as long as we don't go too mental, we should be all right. And we should have used these. We should have made enough space for this landing pad for like what we have here. We don't have it here, so I may move this storage over here at some point, but it's fine for now. Or even over here, and then we could get 3, 3, 3, and then that way we can have more helicopters landing. And then they're in a massive queue for the construction helicopters and stuff. But we've made our bed. We've got to live with it. We've got single ones. Because it would have worked out a whole lot better if we'd have made sure there was enough space. But it is what it is. So I think this, we've got plenty of workers here. But once we know we've got enough meat growing, meat growing here, then we should be able to head on over and start making a plastics town. Because the only other thing that's left to do really here is another police station. And what's the other thing? Oh yeah, of course, the train line. We need to do the bridge going across here, don't we? Oh, sick. Right, we need to fix this because it's only been working on one side because of the crossover point, and I didn't realize. So we want there, and then that should continue along. It's doing this one, and it's got enough electrical components. Cool. So what we can do then, once they built that crossover point, we can extend the what do you call it, the friggin' signals, and move them over to this point. And then once they've got through here, we can use this guy to build the rest of it. And once this one's done as well, which, to be fair, the trains are doing a pretty good freaking job. Right, it's just workers that we're waiting on. Fair enough. Are you struggling to get workers? Have the buses backed up or something? Because they shouldn't have. We'll enable line spacing for a little bit, just to make sure. But they shouldn't be interrupting each other. They shouldn't be getting too close. No, I don't know what that was then. Right, we'll disable it. Is there... No, there's only one bus line on here. I don't get it, because he's got a shitload of workers. They're also missing a track builder. Right, we'll get that track builder reordered. Didn't realise there was missing one. This is looking a lot freaking better now. This is looking amazing. Really freaking good. Top job. Okay, I think we've got too many gravel trucks here. I'm going to sell that one so there's only two. Because they are taking it here, I believe. Or is it to here? I remember where I told them to sell it. Or get rid of it. Oh well. It's no big deal anyway. Right. Shall we try upgrading some roads? I think we should. So they're probably going to panic for a minute. But I'm going to get these two roads upgraded and I'm going to get the helicopter team to come and help. Team 5 and 6 can come and help as well. And team 8 and 9 are also going to help with the other side. Fan dabby dozy. The only concern I have is whether or not it's going to remove their access to this, because we've got the bridge, and it's the only road in and out of this area. It should be all right, but it is still a bit of a concern. But I think it'll be okay. I think it will be all right. Because I also do want to get the coal power plant up and running as well at some point. But yeah, let's put in this police station that we keep delaying on putting in. So do we want to put it down here or over here? That is the question of the day. It is a fairly chunky building. We'd have to remove this path if we want to put it here, which is no problem. We can do that. I quite like it here. Yeah, I think we'll remove this path. Like so. We'll have it go... Oh, bollocks, wrong one. We'll have it go to about there. And then we can do a footbridge going over. So we'll A-OK that. We'll get the police station back. And we'll make sure it's lined up with the road. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. That's as good as we're going to get with lining up with the road. Okie dokie then. So we'll plonk it right there. And then, why do I keep pressing that one? It's this path. There we go. We'll get a nice little curve in there. We'll bring a path. I nearly said road. A path down that way. A path right there. And you know what? We'll just put one there for fun as well. And we can also connect this side up. And let's A-OK that lot. So they will need a bin, right? Or do they have access to this one? They don't have access to that one. So they will need a bin. So why don't we just say, okay, there's your bin. There we go. Sweet. So that should help with everything there. That just covers everything. That is insane. What else do we need to get? Of course, we need to finish the train line, the train track rather. So let's go do that. Because I keep putting it off because I really don't. I'm not a big fan of building bridges, but Yeah, we need to do it. There's no denying it that we need to do it. So I just need to suck it up and get on with it. The sooner I do it, the better. Because then I don't have to deal with it anymore. Right, we'll get this one because it's got the biggest gap. Oh no. It's that one. So we want to go 15 meters up. I want to go about there. Is that right? Oh, that is perfect. So we just want to match the heights. So it's 50 meters up. I'll sort the azimuth in a moment. I'm just trying to get the elevation right. So it's a level building, or a level bridge rather. And then we just want to bring it this way ever so slightly. Ah. Beautiful. And then we just want to bring it out, I don't know, 140 something meters. And just drop it to the ground. Just trying to be as gentle with the slope as possible, because then it makes the train's life a bit easier trying to get through. Not quite as lined up as I was hoping, but you know what? It'll do. It'll do. I'll bring the track all the way down here. Like so. And I'm going to try and do this in as many boring straight lines as possible. So we'll lay the track there. I am going to back this one up and so we can get a gentle curve to it. So about there will do. And then we can just go whoop, like so. Make sure we get a nice curve. Beautiful. And same again there. Beautiful. Alright, so now we just need to connect these two ends up. So we'll just keep it straight lines. We don't want that much of a curve. So we'll just bring it down and down and down and down and down. So we get a nice gentle, slightly 90-degree curve. Lovely. And then we can just connect that one straight up like so. Done. Right, that is the train connection laid out. So we can bring people to the town over this way. Lovely. Right. I think they need another funtainment building over this way. Because people's radios are going down. Issues are happening for some reason. Maybe it's power related, so why don't we reduce the amount of power we are selling? Just in case that has anything to do with it. Nuclear plant, are you working? You're working? Brilliant. Fantastic. You know what? I may build another electricity cell point near the border. But my issue is I don't know whereabouts to put it, because I want to put it near the nuclear plant. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out in a moment. It's not massively important. Is people's happiness going down because we we're not stocking electronics. Right, cool. They're nearly done here anyway, as well. I'm not sure what's going on with the. I'm pretty sure it is. It's got to be due to the fact that they haven't got a radio and TV, because we've taken the electronics away. We're not buying any in, and we're not making any of our own. So we need to raise the amount of money we're making and reduce the amount of money we're spending on stuff. How much meat we got? We're getting lots of meat over here. These helicopters are working beautifully. Nice. So we're getting meat sent over at an alarming rate. That is good. That is good. Right, let's quickly get this one upgraded as well. We'll get the heli squad on there. The construction team are going to upgrade this bit, and then once we get down here, it'll be fine. I just want to get this out the way because it's the main through road to this area. So if we get this sorted, then, you know, things will be a lot smoother. Should be a little bit quicker for him as well. Right, coal transportation is going so freaking well over here. Did we? No, we didn't buy a boat, did we? I was going to say, did we buy a boat so we could sell some excess coal as well? Because if these are sat idle, that's a problem. Right. It was a death of a child. Why was there a death of children? We've got plenty of doctors, right? Let's have a look at the overlays. That's... Where do we check on... Ah, here we are. Health. So the health of people around here is good. He's confused. What about people over here? People's health over here is really freaking good. Ah, it's a bit lacking around here. So it's all right over here. It's a little bit low around here, so maybe a clinic. Oh, it's a little bit low over here as well. So where your nearest hospital is here. That is not a hospital. This is the hospital. Right, so if we up the number of workers here, then will that help? Will that boost your healthcare? Because there's more doctors available. Same with if I boost it here to say 40 doctors and more ambulances. What's happening? There we go. Oh, we can only get a helicopter from them. We want the fastest ambulance possible. You know what? We'll just fill it out. We'll deck it out, every ambulance. And then there's even more stuff to go around, isn't there? I don't understand how you're at an 86 despite being super freaking close to this hospital. That I don't get. Because you're higher And you're further away from both of them. So I do not understand what's going on with you. Government loyalty is quite low in this area. Oh, it's really low here. Right, you guys need some cheering up. So let's get you guys a nice reminder of where you are, shall we say. So which one do we want? I kind of want to go with the Eternal Flame. Do we already have one nearby? I don't want to put the same building in the same area. Maybe a nice statue of Lenin. Oh, that'd be scary, that, wouldn't it? You look out your window and see that in the morning. Christ, that's nightmare fuel. Where else can we put one that'll help boost? It was over here that's quite low as well. Unknown in here. Do we need more sneaky police? Unknown in here and in here. I think we need more sneaky police around here. Didn't we? I thought we built one. Did we not build one over this area? I feel like we did, but I don't see the building. Or was it that we was going to, but then never did? Right, let me just spin the camera around so I can I'm not all upside down and backwards and confused. That's still getting built, but we can add this to it. Oh, that is, yeah, one second. This is what we need to do as well. Remove the meat distribution office. Why is the electronics distribution office assigned to here? For electronics, of course it is. That's why. I assigned the wrong building. I assigned the wrong building. It's that one. That one you need to go to. There was this one. And there's another one. We're missing that one. Right, let's just see what the meat distribution office is doing now. So there's a prison and that one. They were going to this one. Oh well, we've got two now. I think it's because we put a different building in, so I got a bit muddled up. So also you autosave. Go do that one as well. So it should be plenty of unloads. All 8 unloads. Cool. So meat distribution. You are doing this prison, which we have now assigned. So you no longer have a use. I'm sorry to say it, but you no longer have a use. So we'll reassign any of the vehicles that we have. Do we want to reassign? What are we using? Mark E refrigerator. You know what? No. I want to use the same vehicle for the same place. I know it's a bit stupid. Some may call it. But for me, it keeps everything the same. Stops me getting confused. So we are no longer importing any meat. We are producing entirely our own meat, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we'll get a couple more Mark E refrigeration didgeridoo bobs. And we're going to get it in that same blue with the little white on it. So we've got 6 more. So we've got space for 2 more vehicles if we need it. I don't think we will need them, but we have space for 2 more if we do. Which is fantastic. Absolutely incredible. We have come such a long way. And we are getting more and more and more independent. And I get the feeling as soon as we get down to like the last thing we are actually importing, which is probably going to be fertilizer or chemicals, no idea which, I bet the price skyrockets. And that'll be bonkers. So, I do want to get... do I? See, I'm torn right now because I'm thinking, do we want to put a train down, a cargo train station over here? And my reason for it and thinking about it is because when this does become pretty efficient in producing meat, at some point, I'm guessing we ran out of crops, didn't we? Yeah, at some point, we are going to have an excess of meat. We are going to have an excess of meat. So I'm thinking, do we plan now for a train, a cargo train, or do we wait? Because we've got a track. It's not being used right now. It's almost, because I'm thinking maybe we should probably wait until this is finished building. It won't harm anything, but yeah, I'm a bit unsure as to what the best thing is to do. I'm unsure, and it's making me indecisive. Wait, did I do that the right way around? Yeah, I did do it the right way around. It's just him being on the wrong side of the track. Alright, so we want a chain in there, a chain out there, because we don't want them to block the crossing. And a chain in there and a chain out there. I've offset them just to make sure nothing blocks the crossing. And we'll nib that together. So then we just want to put signal here. And we can put signal there. Signal there, and it just breaks the track up for the trains. should keep everything flowing nice and smooth. I think I built this a bit close. Oh well, it's done now. Gotta live with it. Yeah, I probably should have built it here. Oh well. One right there. That's not finished being built, is it? No, they've got to put in the... everything. They got to put in the everything. Right, we'll leave them to it. We won't do any more signals with that. Yeah, we'll let these guys finish getting across here, and then what I'll do is I'm going to move this track to come through on this corner, along here, and then connect up there. So that way we can have a turn off here. Go straight into, maybe not into a bridge, because I just realized there's power lines here. That would be a bit dumb. Yeah, that would be really dumb. There's me planning for the future, and I'm trying to electrocute people. Right, so we can't do a bridge because then the train will just get zapped. So if we do, we'll have to do a road crossing. We have to. We've got no other choice. So if we do coming through here like so. I don't know if this is gonna work going this way. Oh, it actually will. Oh well. Screw me, I guess. That works so freaking well. Hopefully it works in both directions then, and it appears to do so. Well, yeah, I'll shut up. Clearly I know nothing. There we go. Perfect straight line. Up to there. Straight across. It's an elevation difference of 1 meter. Now 2 meters. There. We just need to correct the azimuth. Cool. So that should be a straight bridge. Straight and level. Nice. Nice. Then we just need to bring it down. No, not down. We need to stay up until we get past this train, because I don't want them connecting. I want to make this a really gentle curve. And you know what? I want it to just come... Do I want it to come straight across? Let me think about this for a second. Where's this hill? So we want it to come this way. So we just basically just want to go in a straight line then. Drop down and then come around this way. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Right. Give me that one. So just come straight line. We'll line the azimuth up. Nice. We've got a slight elevation change. We'll go right there. And then we just need to do the same on this side. And then we just need to bring it down. And we'll do it as gentle as possible. Make it as easy for the train as we can. Because to be fair, it is quite high up. Beautiful. And then... oh, crap. I was trying to move the mouse. Let's try that one again. Straight line, straight line, straight line, straight line. There. No, don't connect on the end again. Should probably plan where the train station's going next. So we want a cargo station, correct? Cargo train station. It's 180 meters long. Oh, that looks pretty cool. I quite like that one. Because it's doubled on this side, and that looks really cool. What's this one look like? That one's similar, but with 4 train connections. That one's got 6. That's sick. You know what? I quite like... oh, what's this one? Oh, split 4. I like this one. This one looks really freaking good. I like this one. So we want to put it... oh, I'm going to put it about... I want to try and get it in line with this, but it's proving to be a little bit more difficult than anticipated. Because there is a power line right in the way. So what if we go with this one then? We go right there. We do need a meat fridge. When the autosave's finished. Which we can put... can we not? Oh, come on. Oh, wait. We had a green light. And now we don't. We have a green light. Let's get... where is it? This one. And I'm going to connect that one up. We want a road going to here. And then also coming out here. And then connecting up there. Beautiful. So there is our fridge. And the reason I've done it this way is because then we can put like a warehouse here and maybe move grain in there if we're starting to get a little bit too much. Because then we can sell meat and grain to the customs people, to the border. That's the one. Right, so I'm gonna bring the track down this way a little bit. The other thing that I'm gonna do is, will we need to do it? I mean, we probably will. because we'll probably need to add in an extra electrical connection. There we go. Got there in the end. But I'm thinking maybe we do it up this end. Maybe we do it on... We're going to do it on here. Because these both link up. Eventually, but they do both link together. Back over where... what do you call it? Over that way. Behind the other town. Well, we've got the third grain farm for food production. But if I add this in here, that'll add extra power to the line. So we're just going to make a small incision right here. And then I'm going to go and do this weird camera angle. Just so we can make sure it's lined up perfect. And I guarantee it still isn't. Despite the extra effort we went to. But it's still wonky. If it isn't, I'll be genuinely amazed. But I'll get the feeling it is still wonky. We need electrical. We need this one. We'll take the uber high voltage power lines, even though it's probably a little bit overkill. And then we'll take these guys and we'll just go one there and then over to here. No, stop being a dick. No, there. Building in... Wait. Oh, you absolute turd. Straight across, up to here, up to there. Done. Done, and then they'll add all that in. I'm gonna nib them together because there's no point that just being a really short piece of track. Really no point. Whoa, what the freak? Right there. Okay, we'll nib them together as well. Alright, cool. Now we can regain our attention over this way. So we'll bring the track out on this side nice and long. We'll go 180. Beautiful. We can put in a crisscross applesauce right here. That should be far enough away from the station. We'll extend the track out a little bit more before making a turn. Whoa, bring that down. And then we'll make the track head up this way. And yeah, it's going to line up pretty well. Nice. There we go. One right there, and we'll zoom up this way. And then we'll put in, that's a nice curve. Beautiful. Right, the track is all connected. I'm just going to make it a quick nib. And we'll do a nib. Beautiful. And then it's got nice big sections where it'll reconnect. Over to a bridge. Over onto here. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, can they actually get to it? Yes, because we didn't put any signals on since sort of like here. That's not a bad thing, right? It's still gonna work all right. Yeah. I mean, they're still doing the job. They're still building it. Right, that's going to take an absolute age to build. Without a doubt. It's going to take a millennia to build. So we'll leave them to it. We've got an extra power connection that'll be added momentarily for the trains. So that'll add an extra, what, 10 megawatts or something like that. So we could add maybe another 3 or 4 trains with that added on. I don't even know what the total megawatts is that we've got on, with the number of trains, but as if every time we add a bit of track, if we add one, then we should be all right. Which kind of makes me feel like we should add one over here. I do get that feeling that we should add another one over here. But I think it'll be all right. We've nearly made it to the rail yard. It's just these 2 left over here. Oh, this is immense. This is so freaking cool. Honestly, I can't wait. I'm starting to shake. This is this. Hey, Crafton, how's it going, mate? Great Republic, getting greater. Ah, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Great to see you again. It's coming along so freaking nicely. Although the waste problem that we ended yesterday's streaming, no longer an issue. It's all working now. That's just reminded me. We ordered a bunch of vans. So we're going to get them to come here, pick up fertilizer, they'll wait till loaded. What is there? It's going to be over this way, isn't it? Yep, you're the nearest place. So we'll send that one off. Good to be here. You bought the game. I knew you would. I knew it. If you get stuck, I'm right here, bud. I'm right here. Because it is a lot to take in with the game, but you'll have a lot of fun learning new ways. And the good thing is as well is there's no correct way of doing it. Well, there kind of is, but there's no perfect layout or stuff like that. It's just play it how you want to play it. Play it whatever way makes it easier for you. And offload. And that's the last one. So we should have a truck in each one of these now. When they eventually get here. There we go. One parked up in there. Where are the other guys? Here comes the next one. You're going to park in this one, right? Yes, you are. And lastly, this dude should park in this one. So we've got 4 waste trucks, all on the lookout for when this ash eventually blows away. And we're left with fertilizer in there for some freaking strange reason. I don't know why, but yeah, it happens. And we've got 4 waiting in there as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right. We can move on to the next project, the next order of business. Should you dive straight into realistic or start on easy and learn the game? Good question. I'll tell you what I did, because it's all down to how much knowledge and understanding you have on the game already. I dove straight into realistic, but I struggled a lot, like a huge amount. It took a few games before I eventually got the hang of how far away you can get away with being from a customs point, because when you purchase a vehicle, it comes with barely any fuel. If you're doing fuel management, that is as well. Energy management for vehicles and buildings, because you can do it with one or the other. But I couldn't understand that, and I got really fed up and really stressed out about it until I realized it is literally this far. That is about as far as you can go when setting up your first construction office, which, to be fair, makes sense, because the further you are from the customs and the starting vehicles that you have, they don't carry a lot of resources, so they need to make more trips until you get later in the game, and then you get vehicles like the dumper trucks that we've got carry 32 tons. You'll do hard instead of realistic to start off. Yeah, it's down to you. It's down to you. I always do a custom game, and that's just because there's certain things that I like and certain things that I don't like. Demolition, having to deal with demolition waste, I don't like having to deal with that, so I don't have that on. I do have research switched on because I don't want to have everything straight away. I want to work my way through it, and then that gives me something to progress towards. I do have fuel management and energy management on for vehicles and buildings. But then I also have citizens satisfaction set to easy, because I still struggle with that quite a bit. Water management I have on as well, because I've always had it on. I've never played without it. So yeah, it's down to you. If you turned off fuel but left most of the other stuff, right? No worries, dude. Hope you have a lot of fun with it. But there's quite a few things that I'm still trying to get used to. But like with realistic, it took a little bit of doing, getting used to realistic, but I prefer it on. I honestly do prefer it on. I think it's the best way to play the game is with realistic building on. But that's just my opinion. I'm just an idiot on the internet. What do I know? This is, oh, this is, yeah, right. We need to put the train signals in. So we need that as that. We need a chain on that side, a signal on that side. Oh yeah, you're real confused now because you got to go all the way back. A semaphore on this side and a chain on this side, and that should make them run properly. Right, dude, you need to go all the way back. It's not my fault you're on the wrong side of the tracks. There is a crossing available, so go use it. Otherwise, you're going to get sold. He's going to get sold in a minute. We should probably put a crossing in a little bit closer, to be fair. Where do we want it? We need a crisscross. You know what, I'm kind of tempted to say up here. But I want it a little bit closer. We'll go here. Then that should give him enough distance to get in. You, mate, you're blocking the entire lot, so goodbye. You're getting replaced. Why are you confused? You can still get through. Let's buy a new one. We want these to be the maximum priority. There we go. See, you're confused as well. And I don't understand why. Are we really going to play this bullshit game? Come on, just move. You can't get to it anymore. That's the problem. That's what you're unhappy with. Because I put a signal in the way to block you. There we go, it's disappeared. You can go through, mate. Just go. Because I don't want you blocking the train line. The train track. Just go. We need to put some more signals in down here. I know. We do. And we are. So we need a mixed signal. No. See, he's confused now because he don't know which way to go. We need a mixed signal here with the arrows, double arrow pointing this way. We need a chain on this side pointing that way. We need a semaphore pointing that way, so the one way. We'll nib these bits of track together. See, he's confused as well now. He's figured it out. There we go. Nice one. Go do your business. We're gonna go back to a double semaphore. And we'll pop one there. And we'll pop one on here. And we'll put one right on the corner as well. And same there. Because we should have had one there, to be fair. Just go, dude. Just go. If you're gonna do these, just go. We're just dogpiling everybody in. There we go. Next. Come on. Next train. Next train, please. This is the one thing that I hate about rail construction is signals and organizing it, because the track builders do need to go both ways. So you need to add in these crossover points in areas. But then if you're an idiot like me, you forget about it. And then it ends up biting you in the backside. Where are all my trains? Where are all the construction trains? And none of them coming to build. All the projects have been cancelled. No. What? How are they unreachable? The fuck happened? Come on, game. Think about it. It's not unreachable, is it? Oh, whatever. Have it your way. We're removing the signals. There we go. Now they want to go do some work. What the frick is that all about? It's reachable. Because you come along this one, you build this. Once that's finished building, you turn around, you come back, you go up here, you go that way, and then you build across. Or you go straight across, turn around, and then build. Did I not leave enough space or something? I don't know. I don't know. This game gives me a headache sometimes. Sometimes you're like, yeah, we're making progress, and then other times you're like, what the frig is going on? Right, we're gonna build a crisscross over here as well. And you know what? We are gonna build one over here as well. So I don't have to keep banging my head. Come on. Don't be a pain. What? Oh, whatever. Right, let's just do that. Now you build it? As long as you're building it, I don't care. Right, and that should help with crisscross there. We'll build one over here as well. Make sure we've got enough distance between here and the bridge. I always like to do about 35 meters. I don't know why. It just feels like it's a good distance for him to have enough space. But at the moment, I just want to get him off this track so they stop backing up the uranium train. Right, we're gonna have to start giving them radios soon. It's starting to become a small problem. Right, we'll leave the construction trains to do whatever for now. And we're gonna go have a peek over here, make sure they've got everything. Oh wait. Pricing. There we go. That'll make it a lot more appealing. Wait. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it does go up when you put them down. We're gonna have more of this. What we got here? 70, 20, 10, isn't it? So 70, 20, 10. Cool. So we just need to get food to them now. When it's done, there we go. So we just need food and clothing being delivered by that guy. Set to 90%. There we go. We don't need that many sellers, so we'll drop it down to 20. This one needs more. So we're going to increase it to 35. This one needs more, so we'll increase it to 35. I think this might be what there was, what they were complaining about. We're going to go to maximum on that one. We're already on maximum for this one. And this one... we'll go to... you know what, we'll just go to maximum. That's good. Right, they've got bread, they've got clothing. We do need to get them electronics. We do need to give them electronics, so... we're giving. We're gonna let you get some electronics. We're gonna let you get electronics. And we're still buying chemicals because we have to buy chemicals. But soon we're gonna take care of that as well. Right, is there anything we are missing? We're going to get more police officers over here. We're going to get some more court staff. Some goods in the shop are missing. Yes, we are aware. Our money is drained. Look at that, straight away, 25 million in deficit. And I guarantee it's the electronics. 33 million in electronics already. They're so expensive, man. We need to be selling them. We'd be making a killing. I honestly would be making an absolute freaking fortune. The little bulldozer icon in the bottom right. Or you can press, if it's a building, you can click on it and press the delete key. If it's trees and you only want to destroy trees, if you go on the tree and accessory in For Citizens, there's a tree removal tool. If it's specifically a road, footpath, or pedestrian, if you go in each of those sections, there's a little jackhammer and it'll only remove that. So if you just want to destroy everything, bulldozer. If you just want to destroy certain things like path, trees, train tracks, or stuff like that, in each of the categories for those, there is a specific one for them as well. I always use a specific one because the last time I used the bulldozer, I destroyed probably about a year's worth of roads, paths, and other infrastructure, and I was so annoyed because I'd spent absolutely ages building and planning it, and then I ended up just bulldozing right through. You're trying to lay out some roads, then I would use the cancel road tool, because then that way you won't destroy anything else. And if you hold down the shift key, it'll when you're using the cancel road tool or any of the other tools, it'll destroy that section of road between each node. So like, if say for instance I just wanted to destroy this one and it was in the blueprint phase, then if I come over here and selected the cancel road tool, it'll destroy a little bit of it. But if I hold the shift key and drag, it'll destroy a bigger section of it, like that. Or if I just click on it, it'll destroy that one. The shift and control keys are your friends. If you use the control key when you use the mouse wheel to rotate, it does it in smaller intervals. Same with if you're laying out a road and you want to change the curve. If you hold control, and it'll change the angle, so it'll swap to 2 less severe bends with a little bit of a straight in between them. But then it'll also do it in, you know, if you're trying to get a slight bend rather than a big bend, then if you hold the control key while doing the mouse wheel, it'll bring the curve in a little bit less as well. Or bring it out a little bit, just a little bit at a time rather than in big sections. Same with if you're trying to change elevation or bridges as well. If you hold control and press Q or E, it does it in 1 meter intervals rather than 3 meter intervals. What are we looking for next? I think we're almost at the point where we can start building out towards where we're going to build the plastics city. Which, even though we've got plastics there, I'm kind of tempted, and I think this will look pretty cool, to build the town along here. We could autosave. We could bring the river out a little bit wider and build a little town over here as well. Now we will need to get bricks, steel, prefabs, wood, and all that stuff over here as well, which is doable because our industry is rife with them, and even selling the excess is not really hindering us, to be honest. We're just producing that much, and yeah, this third one, absolute game changer. So there's a lesson for new people. If you're doing a lumber industry, 3 logging sites can match, well, overmatch one sawmill. Which I thought it was 2 to 1, but it turns out it's like more like 2.5. So build 3, and then your sawmill will never be without logs, as it turns out. Oh, look at this. He's come back. The prodigal son. I'm going to up him to 70%. I feel like we should let him carry a bit more. He's going to our customs, and what he's going to the NATO customs. Is that right? Yeah, NATO customs. Another load of prefabs dropped off. Absolutely incredible how well these are working. We're only carrying one lot of boards. I think we should swap him to 2 boards. I think we're at that point. So this one that's prefabs, we're going to change to boards when he gets back. And I think we could maybe do the same with this guy as well. Although he seems to need more bricks at the moment than anything. So let's build then. Let's build some roads. So we're going to go with gravel. I'd also crafting as well is when you get the chance and you've got a little gravel storage piled up, upgrade your roads from dirt to gravel. Dirt roads are free, but the downside to them is the maximum speed that the vehicles can travel is only, I think, 30 kilometers, 33 freedom units. But when it rains, the vehicles go even slower. They crawl. There is some vehicles that prefer dirt roads. There is some vehicles that prefer dirt roads, like dumper trucks and stuff like that. So they will actively, if you've got 2 roads next to each other, one of them is gravel and they couldn't go faster on it, and the other one's dirt, they will choose the dirt road every single time. So after roads, I'd look at starting an industry. I'd also build out the train line, but that will confuse you a little bit. Just make sure you don't block a train connection to a customs house as well. Otherwise that will hinder your progress later on. So I would look at what you need to for a starting city, which is water, power, and electric. The electric you can get from the border. The water, you need to treat it so it's purified. Wood is a good industry, but you need workers for it. It's really easy to get started, but you need workers, so that'll mean you'll need to get workers from the customs house. And a good way to get a stockpile of workers, and this is what I like to call a foreign worker battery, is if you go into the road network and get one of these free bus stops, place it near the customs house, then build a road depot which will allow you to buy vehicles and set up your own custom lines. Place that near the customs house. We've got one here. Buy the biggest bus you can, whatever bus that can hold the most amount of people. So for me, it'd be this one at 135, but get the biggest bus you can, and then have him go to the customs house, load up with people, go to the bus stop and offload them. There is a little, when you're setting up the line on the bus, I don't have a bus nearby. Where's a bus? There's a bus. So on here, you've got this little icon down here, which forces citizens to get off the bus. And what this will do is it'll create a pile of workers, anywhere between 20 and 100 workers at that bus stop waiting to go wherever you need them to. And then you just set up another bus route and send them to wherever you need them to go. And as for your question on what industry I would recommend, I always go with oil. Because it requires 0 workers. Oil doesn't sell for, crude oil itself doesn't sell for a huge amount, but it doesn't require any workers at all. It's just a couple of pump jacks. It does require electricity, but it doesn't require any workers. The other industry I would recommend is starting with crops, because crops only require machinery if you're starting on the normal start date of 1950 or whatever it is. But your mechanisms do require fuel, so you will need to set up some free petrol stations nearby in order for your vehicles to refuel. So those are the 2 that I recommend to start with, and then just start building up from there. You have fuel disabled, so crops is brilliant. Even better, even easier, because it's not going to cost you a single penny. First thing I would say to buy is a large farm. Always go with the largest farm possible. And the way I like to do it is you get 30 vehicle slots, which is ace, because it means you can have 1 tractor, 1 combined, and 1 truck per field. But as I've noticed, sometimes your trucks don't get to the fields quick enough to collect the crops that the combines have gathered and take it to storage. And when winter rolls around, they end up gone. You've lost them. So instead, what I do, and it might be different for you on your playthrough, but what I do is I say each farm gets 9 fields, and I turn off auto search for fields, and I manually select which fields I want those farms to harvest, especially if I'm building multiple farms in the same area. So I turned it off because I was going to build another farm here, but when I came to lay the fields, we got to about here and it was only about half the size. So I was like, bollocks to that, we're gonna build it somewhere else. So we ended up building it over here. But I turn auto search off, and then I manually select which fields I want. So with a large farm, I go with 9 fields per large farm, and then I get 9 tractors, 9 combines, and 12 trucks, if my math's right. Yeah, 12 trucks. And when what that allows you to do is you got 2, well, technically 3 extra trucks to help with the fields in order to gather them all. And I've never had a single field have any crops left on it. 9 track, 9 combi, 12 trucks, 9 large fields, spot on. That's the way I do it. You can try it with 10, but it depends on how you lay your fields out. So, because all the trucks have got to go from the farm to the field and back to the farm, and then they drop off the crops, which then goes into a storage. Oh, that's the other thing you'll need is a storage and a liquid tank to store liquid fertilizer. And then they put the liquid fertilizer on the field, and you get a little boost of crops as well. So you get extra. And it keeps the facility of your fields going up, because otherwise you may end up finding that you'll have a season where no crops are growing. And winter always starts and ends on the same days as well. So winter always ends on February 22nd. and it always starts first around the 1st of December of when the snow falls. If you're playing on the normal map like I am, there is like a desert style map. And you know, there's a few different style maps, but I like this one because the snow adds a real challenge. Oh, and make sure when you get your roads down, make sure at some point you get a couple of free technical offices. And get some snowplows on it, and they'll keep the roads clear in winter. If you're playing with snow on as well. You might, for your first couple of games, want to play with it off, but see how you go, see how you get on. Because it might be a little bit difficult with you learning the other mechanics. But just see how you get on. Otherwise, you'll get hit with snow and your vehicles will literally go to a crawl. It's an absolute pain when it happens. Honestly, it's painful. That's why I've got technical offices scattered everywhere with snow plows in. Because the last thing I want is all of a sudden everyone to go to a crawl. Right, how are the train lines coming along? So we've got this built, which is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. So now we can get in some signals over here. So every time we get to a junction, we need a chain signal to let them in and a semaphore to let them out. So we'll just pop those in like so. There we go. Now they'll stop clogging up that way. We want to make sure we put a semaphore here. We'll pop another one down here and then another one along there, and that just breaks the track up into nice little segments until we get to this. And then we want a chain on this side, a chain on this side, and then semaphore and a semaphore. Because it's not built right, so we just need to change these two then to mixed, and that'll allow him to go both sides of the track. So he's confused because we've just changed the signals. So that should allow the trains to come through. They'll be able to finish building this, and then we can move this up to here. And then what that'll mean is we'll have no construction trains clogging up this line now that we've added this in. Instead, they'll wait here until this gets built, and then we can change it to up here as well. Unless he's off to go build this. He is. What an absolute knobhead. Oh, we just want someone to finish building this. You absolute dick. The good thing is though, once we can move it to here and where is it? This one. Then it'll be even better because then none of this will be getting clogged up. But I am wondering now, do we want to move a train connection to this border? Because we've got two border connections right there we could utilize. And we could just build the road out to, we've got one right here and another one over here. We could just extend the roads out a little bit and connect up to those. And then we could use these custom houses for, what is it? We're electronics that we're importing. We could do liquid fuel as well. We've got that going over to that city. Chemicals for the water plant. And that'll make it a lot easier And potentially we could even utilize it for this city as well. I mean, we're doing all right with the one for the meantime, but I think maybe we should do it for the train. One of these has a train connection, right? Yes, this one. It's only a single track. That is less than ideal. Do any of you guys, none of you guys have a double track or even a triple? Seriously, did we get that unlucky? This is the only customs house with 3 tracks. Are you kidding me? You are absolutely screwing with me, aren't you? So that means we're gonna have we're gonna have very limited train exports along here. Well, that's a kick in the dick, to say the least. Yes, storage for fertilizer. It's a liquid tank. It's found in either the cargo and storages tab under liquids. Right at the end, you've got 3 different sizes, but it is also found in the fossil fuels as well. So you've got 2 places for it. Right. Chemicals. We need chemicals. We need chemicals. Also has a biohazard, a hazardous waste export as well. Right. You don't have to have it, but it keeps your fertility of your fields up. So it's worth building. So chemicals then. We're gonna have the chemical. We're gonna be getting crude over here for the chemical facility. The town is going to be located somewhere around here. We need a construction area, so I'm thinking maybe right around here for a couple of construction offices. So if we build the road coming along this way, we can do... do storage along here, or do we push it a little bit further this way? Because we need some big storages. Some of these ones. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, medium. So we need a couple of big storages. If we go 1, let's just zoom in a little bit. 2, 3, and 4. We'll delete the connections in between. And that can allow us to put the helicopter flyboys on the back. It should do, right? This one. We'll need to move it up, move them over a little bit. Right. Okay. No problem at all. So we'll go about here then. That should be plenty of room then. So we want 4 of these. So, do they look like this? Are they yellow in nature? Oh no, ask as many questions as you want. Yes. Do they have either a road or a path connection to them? The things that you want building. They are connected to roads. Do you have storages with resources next to them? Like we have here. I know these look empty, but they do have like steel, bricks, boards in them. You don't have any storages, right? So if you go to general cargo and then over to the right, there's open storage, and then you want the open storage free. So they don't cost you anything and they build instantly. And then in each of the storages, like how I've got here, I've got 4. So you want 4 of the free ones. In each of them, you want to limit them to a single resource. If you don't, you'll be screwed. So you want 1 for steel, 1 for prefab panels, 1 for bricks, and 1 for boards. Those are the 4 common building materials that you will need. The 5th and final one is a aggregate storage for gravel. That is the other most common ingredients for most buildings. Eventually you will need concrete and asphalt for some buildings, like some of the construction offices. As you see here, this is a asphalt road in here, but so you'll need them. And then also, once you've got the storages down, you'll need a road depot, and you'll need to get some open hull vehicles into a road depot, and then, or adversely, use a distribution office. You should have some free ones available after the autosave, but you are limited to 5 of these distribution offices, so be careful. And then you can use a distribution office to go to the border with open hull vehicles, tell them what resources to pick up, and then select each of your 4 storages. Bricks, boards, steel, prefabs, and an aggregate storage for gravel. So steel, prefabs, bricks, and boards. And then yeah, you'll need vehicles to get the resources from the border and bring them to each of those storages. I think personally the best way to do it is to use a distribution office, because then the vehicles in that distribution office, if I have a look here, they'll sit and wait, and you can tell them that the destination buildings, you need to fill them to X amount. So in this case, for these with the fuel, I've set it to 80%. So that way a vehicle will only go out and get the resource that is needed, in this case fuel, when the source building that it is assigned to dips below 80%. And then he'll go out to the collection building that we've assigned here, which in this case is this storage here. He'll come out to here, grab it, and then deliver it to, like in this case, the petrol station. But what you'll do is you'll have him go to the customs office, get either bricks, board, steel, or prefabs, and then deliver them to each of the buildings. Because what you don't want to happen, and this is what I found out quite quickly with the free storage, is it only has one bay available, and that is for both loading and unloading. And so what sometimes happens is you'll have, if you just used it via a road depot and just assigned one vehicle to do it, is he'll be going back and forth from the customs constantly, whether there's space to drop off or not, and it causes a bit of hassle. So I prefer to do it with a distribution office, and just because then that way you can get 3 vehicles to fill up 5 storages, and it works brilliantly. And then once the storages are full, they go back to the depot and they stop. They don't do anything once the depots are filled to a certain point. The storages rather. Once you've done the storages, you'll want to click on your construction office that has your vehicles, your construction vehicles, and you'll want to assign to tell them, but basically where to get the resources from. So you click on this here, and it'll tell them. So if you've got storage that is just steel, you click on it and it'll assign that building to steel, and you just want to do that. If you don't have any storage, for instance, for say a place for them to get workers, then just leave it blank, or tell them to go to the border. So for asphalt, concrete, mechanical components and electrical components, just click on the customs office and it'll assign them. If you do want to do it individually, you can click on these and then it'll only change that one. So it's a bit difficult for me to show you how to start a game because I'm quite far into the game. So I apologize if my things look a little bit different. Because your construction offices will look similar to this one, which is the free one, which only holds 4 vehicles. It's all good, makes a lot of sense. I should probably watch a tutorial. Maybe. Maybe that would be a good idea. I won't go too much into detail because then it'll start confusing you a little bit, but there's loads of different stuff. So what I do is, because when I'm starting, I just lay all 7 of the free construction offices out in one area, and because each one holds 4 vehicles, I'll do one construction office has bulldozers and excavators, so I'll have 2 of each. I'll have another one that has 4 buses, and that's it in that one. I'll have a 3rd construction office that'll have 4 dumper trucks. I'll have what's that one? So one for bulldozers and excavators, one for buses, one for dumper trucks. I'll have another one, a 4th one that'll have 2 open hulls and 2 covered hulls. Then I'll have a 5th one that'll be a mix of 2 road cranes and 2 cement mixers. And the 6th one will have... What will the 6th one have? Oh fuck, what vehicles will it have? So 2, 4... Yeah, one will have 4 buses. And then the 7th one will have 2 rollers and 2 pavers. Because at the start of the game, they are dirt fucking cheap. Even though it makes no financial sense to buy asphalt at the start of the game, I will have those 2 vehicles and they will sit there for about 20 years in game until I get to a point where it then makes financial sense to upgrade the roads to asphalt. Which, to be fair, is usually around about the 8 to 10 year mark. Because at that point, I've usually got a city established, we've got a few exports going, we're making a profit month by month on exports. So it just makes financial sense to then start upgrading all the roads to asphalt. It didn't used to be that way. And I think, to be fair, on this playthrough, it was around about the 14 year mark when we started making really good profit. Okay, so you've got resources, you've got vehicles, and they aren't building yet. Is it because they aren't close enough? Could be. So if you go onto here, have you assigned resource collection points to them? So if you click on your construction office, have you got where they can gather stuff? So if you click on your construction office, it'll either look like this or it'll look like this when you click on them. So you haven't built a construction office. If you're playing with realistic, you need the construction office. So if you come down to your bottom panel, over to the right, it'll be the little building with the tower crane and a half-built building, and then you'll want some of these. So if it's on the left-hand side, it's your construction office. These are road construction offices. Next to them, you've got helicopter construction office, and next to it again, you've got a rail construction office. So a rail construction office builds train tracks. A helicopter construction office helps with any road construction office, so like your normal buildings, bridges, road upgrades, all that sort of stuff. They basically do the exact same as a normal construction office, but except it's helicopters. And you'll want construction office, so you get a maximum of 7 free ones to start with. So what I would do is, like we're doing here, we're building a new construction zone. You've laid out your 4 buildings, and then we're going to add a gravel one up here in a moment. So take all 4 of them, take your construction office, and you'll just want to start laying them out in front of each other. T to flip, R to rotate 90 degrees. And you'll want, I always say 6 is the ideal number. We can only build 4 because we've got a few scattered around with just bulldozers in. So you want to lay out 6 near your resources. And what these construction offices do is, if you've got them on automatic, which they are by default, but only to a kilometer. So once you've got your construction office, you want to go up to the top and you want to click purchase new vehicle or mechanism. Once you've got 6 laid out, you'll only need 6 to start with. And then once you've got them laid out, you want to click purchase new vehicle or mechanism. And then this is the so you've got them laid, you've got the road connection to them as well. So you've got 6 laid out, and this is what I put in each one. So you want to click on your first one. You just increase their range. Brilliant. You want to assign to each one, and there's a really quick way of doing it. So you want to tell them where to get each resource from. So if you click this button and then click on the resource, so they'll get steel from there, prefabs from there, and it'll automatically populate this. If I'll just hit cancel here and I'll show you. So at the moment, this won't do anything because it doesn't know where to get resources from. So if I click this button, click on here, and then there you see it populates, it'll get steel from here. So this construction office now knows it can collect steel from here to go build whatever. And then it'll do the same for prefabs, same for bricks, same for boards, and gravel it'll gather from here, which will pull out of here. This is a gravel loading, well, an aggregate loading station. And I get them to get it from here rather than here because it's faster to load. But when you got the free aggregate storage, just use that one. For you, you'll want to tell them to get mechanical and electrical components from the border. So just click the border and it'll populate the rest of them. I have one here, so that's where they get it from. For me, for concrete, they get it from here because we've got a concrete facility. But for you, get it from the border. It's a lot easier. And finally, where do I have my asphalt plant? It's somewhere around here. Yoo-hoo, asphalt plant. I can't remember where I put it. Shit, I've lost it. Where did I put it? Wait, let me just check from this one. Sources specified. Brilliant. Oh, up there, of course. There we go. Right, so once your source is specified in one of them, you can click the little copy source button to another building and then click on your other construction offices, and then you don't have to go through each one individually. So copy it to all the others. Workers you'll get from your little bus stop that you put near the customs office if you've done the battery method. If not, just tell them to get it from the customs office. It'll be fine, but it'll just take a little bit longer. Finally, mechanisms. That's what you need in each one. So in your first construction office, I always recommend to put 4 buses in there, as the biggest ones you can get, the highest capacity buses you can get. Pop them in your, get 4 of them in your first free construction office. Second is 2 bulldozers and 2 excavators. In your third construction office, 4 dump trucks with the biggest capacity you can have, which I believe should be this guy, the BZ252. Your fourth construction office, I recommend having 2 open hulls of the biggest capacity you can get, which I believe should be the SKD 706. And 2 covered hulls, which should be... where is it? The SKD 706 RTTN. Your next construction office should have... what was it? 2 road cranes of whatever the best one is, which I believe is this one at the moment. And 2 concrete mixers, which should be this one, the T138. And then your final one, even though you're not going to use them for a while, 2 rollers, which is the D211, because there will be, I think there'll be like 1,000 rubles or something like that, and 2 asphalt pavers. You won't need them right now, but you will need them in the future. So first and foremost, lay out as many dirt roads as possible, design a city, design industries. And yeah, design industries and try and get your industries going. Once your industries are going, start laying out a small town. Always start off with a bus station of some description, a couple of houses, and a small, because we're still using it, I'll show you in the in Gordon-on-Sea, a small-ish shopping centre with a warehouse on the back and a meat locker on the back, so that way you can store more resources than it can actually hold in the building itself. And just start building from there. Just start meeting the needs of the people. They'll need educational fun. Be careful with some of these sports buildings and entertainment buildings, because some of them may be seasonal, like the opera house and football fields and things like that. So in the winter they will be closed, they won't be operational, but then the summer they'll work. The advantage to them is, again, they give you a right good boost in the summer. Things are driving and working. Brilliant. Fantastic. It's so satisfying once they get working and get doing stuff. It's just joy, pure bliss. So let's continue with our expansion. Now that Crafton is up and running. Now that you understand the basic layout, it'll be so simple for you now. Because all you end up doing is just take what you've learnt there and just expand on it. So now that you know the basics, you're unstoppable. Nothing can get in your way now. Yay. So we're just gonna get our roads connected up here, because what I like to do is I like to on my hotbar up here, you can't see it, but there is a hotbar where you can assign quick action tools. Like I have dirt roads, gravel road, asphalt road, and then road deletion tool. And then the next 4 are different paths, and then delete path tool. And then on key 0, I have a quick construction office selection. And it just makes, for me, it's just how I like to do things, because I'm always building roads, so I like a quick access. I like to just be able to press number 2 and I've got gravel roads straight away, and then I can start building. But again, just tailor things to how you want to do them. The way I do them might not necessarily work for you. So we're gonna go with the two big boys. So 2 right here. And then a small one for the buses right here, because I like to keep the buses separate, because it just means I can have more construction vehicles on here. So we're going to say okay to all that, and they will come along and start building it. Before we expand the road any further, we need a technical office over here now, because things are going to get really freaking slow over here. And of course we've got no one to empty the bin for the rail yard that we've got. So of course we need that. We need to sort that out. So the last thing this guy needs to come over here and build is this one. So once he's built that, and these guys are built out this way. I thought it was on pause then, because practically nothing's moving. There's no vehicles moving over here. How strange. And this isn't filling up. A bin's not being emptied. Bins aren't being emptied. Fuck's sake. It did delete. I thought it would have reassigned it. That's my fault, guys. That's my fault. I assumed, and I was wrong to assume. Right, so now they're back up and running. Well, that's going to be annoying now, because when I upgrade these two roads, they're going to stop. They're going to stop when I go and upgrade all three of them. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Oh, the final building we need over here is a road depot. We're just going to use the free... Oh, we can't build any more free ones. Right, that's fucking irritating, because then that means I have to build a bigger one, and I don't really want to build a bigger one. I just want the free ones. Right, we'll build that one then. Right, let's build a technical office over here, and then these will keep the roads clean. So we want one right there, and then we want another one. I'm gonna say right about here. Because then that way they'll help keep the bin empty over here. These will also do it. And it'll keep the roads clear as well. For us bringing resources over. Because we're going to need to deliver gravel here. And I've built a fucking warehouse instead of an open storage. No, it's fine. I'm confusing myself now. The warehouse is fine because it'll hold electrical components. Never mind, I just confused myself. So I'm going to limit. We're going to hold control. And we're going to click anywhere on them. And then we're just going to say 1 on there and 0s on the other. And that'll just mean it'll only store electrical components. Right, now that I've finished having a panic attack, we can build that road as well. I get the feeling this is all going to be too far for that other construction office. Number 5 and 6. Yes, it is. It's too far for him to automatically detect it. So we're going to have to manually assign it, which is fine. We can do that. But we'll also get the helicopter squad out here because I love seeing the freaking helicopter squad. Yes! Sorry, I got a bit carried away then. If you're not used to it by now, then that's on you, not me. Here they come. Here come the kings of construction. Ah, just an absolute beautiful sight. Just a waft of helicopters coming flying in. I dread to think what it's going to be like when we get even more. Because it's going to be even more chaos. And honestly, I'm all for it. So we're going to assign these guys to come and drop steel off here. Like so. So they'll bring the steel. you done? There we go. It's done. We're going to set that to 5,000 meters. And we're going to need 2 tunnel borers. So we'll wait for those to arrive, or at least get close. And then we need another 6 of these. Did they all get stuck at the border? They did all get stuck at the border. I do not understand why that happens. When you click too fast, trains get stuck at the freaking border. Right, I think he's on his way. Got that one. They built some stuff, but then they stopped. I'm confused. Is there workers at the site? Because groundworks can be completed with just mechanisms on their own. But anything after that requires workers. Road upgrades only need mechanisms if they're of a certain length. If they are quite short, then they need workers. So just make sure you've got workers on site. It's saying I've got no bricks or boards. I got both. Are you sure about that? Because like if you scroll down, you'll see this bit. This one at the bottom is what it needs to this is the total number of resources and work hours required to complete the phase. To complete the entire construction. The one just above it is what it needs to finish the current phase. And then if you've got resources on site, that'll be what it has on site for that phase. Right. All of our construction trains should be on the way. It requires bricks and boards, and I'm looking at my storage and it says it has bricks and boards. Can you post a screenshot in the Discord? There is a link for the Discord. You think you figured it out? Cool. If not, the Discord's there for any help as well. There's a few of us in there that are pretty good at the game. Hopefully he has figured it out. There we go. So it's a resources on construction site if you have the resources there. Sometimes as well, it will tell you up at the top if you click on the building itself what is wrong. Like for us, we have no workers, and we also have missing resources. Oh, that was it. I need a gravel storage over here. Aggregates, 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 aggregates. So I'm going to put a 2500 one in over here. A little bit overkill, but worth it. So we'll go right about there. Should give us plenty of room. And then we want a gravel loading building. Which, you know what, we'll put a little bit up here. So there's a little bit of space in between. And then, I'm sorry guys, but I'm gonna upset your construction. But don't worry, you'll be reassigned. There we go. We also want a warehouse over here. How many does this hold? 200 mechanical and 140 electrical. No, I'm gonna go with this one. We're gonna flip it and pop it right there. Beautiful, beautiful. We'll add that to the helicopter construction, and then lastly, a technical office and a fuel station. It's working again. Halla frickin' Luya. You did it. But yeah, by all means, join the community Discord. And if you ever get stuck playing the games when I'm not streaming or anything like that, you can pop questions in there. There's a little gaming section. Just pop it on in there. Any questions, you know, or you want to show off and show something that you've done, then you can post screenshots in there. You're already there. Brilliant. Yeah, it's just a way, that way we can all help each other. We can all show, you know, show what we're doing and build a community that helps support each other and help each other out. We want a petrol station now. There we go. We'll pop that right there. We should probably put one over here as well. It's only just dawned on me that we don't have one over here. So all these people are relying on that one. So yeah, let's get another petrol station. Where do we want to put it? I don't want to put it near here. So maybe we put one, you know, I'm going to put it on this side. There we go. And we'll just connect it up with a gravel road. That'll be absolutely fine. We'll put another one right here, I think. There we go, and we'll just get a little gravel road. You know what? No, I don't want a little gravel road there. So we'll delete it. Because we've already got 2 spots here, so when we do pave this, they can just go out that way, turn around and go up that way. And vice versa if they want to get into it. And that way it should help with traffic if there is any. It probably won't be, but you know, you never know. And the good thing is as well, is we've got a choice of either town to get workers here. So we'll make sure we get... Oh, autosave. There we go. We're going to use the NATO buses. Because the Mars 305 is pretty freaking rapid. So we're going to get 2 of those. See, our money's coming right down again. Now they're getting electronics. But happiness does seem to be going up. So we might be able to hold off a little bit longer. We'll just have to keep an eye on the money. Here comes the money! Money, 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 money. Oh, and we got a place for food as well, which is ace. But I think with this town, we'll give them their own farm. And we are going to place a train connection right away. We're not going to dick around. We're going to place... we're going to have our main focus is a train station. So that way they can go between any of the 4 cities now. This will be our 4th city. Frig me, we are expanding massively, aren't we? We've got 1, 2, yeah, we've got 4 cities in this area, in this region. This is insane. I've never even had 1 fully working city, and now we're about to have our 4th. That reminds me, these idiots should have built as much as I want to get the NATO ones, but they are American, let's face it. I really love the blue one. It just looks... I don't know what it is, it just looks really good. Temperature in the building is too low. Are you struggling? There's no... Where the freak did all these workers go? What the? We turned away for 2 seconds. We were gone like 5 minutes. What the frig happened? Did you all bugger off because there's no electronics? Because that's pretty shallow. Right, we'll get a couple of workers. How do you use power connections? All got the infrastructure, just can't connect it. Right. So step into me office, lad. Step into me office. Right. So you got the power at the border. Yep. And you've got 2 types of power lines. You've got high voltage and medium voltage. Medium voltage is what you use to connect to some buildings. Sometimes it's high voltage, sometimes it's low. But basically, your high voltage carries the bulk of your power. That is the backbone. That is what you use to get power everywhere. So at the beginning, the highest voltage line you've got is this one, and I would recommend using it everywhere you can until... unless you've got research unlocked and you know, or you're not using research or anything like that, you won't have access to the 18 megawatt one, which I ended up replacing everything with. But your backbone of your power is use the highest voltage you can. Connect up to the border, bring it out a little bit, and then bring it to a high voltage switch, which we've got somewhere around here. And try and have, like, anywhere you go or you think you may want to expand to, put a switch down and continue on with the high voltage line. Once you get to a point where you need some power, you then need to use a transformer, robots in disguise, which will have, as you can see here, is at the bottom, it's got one high voltage line. That's what the big triangle is. And then it's got 6 little triangles, which are your medium voltage lines. So you'll place this down like we've got here. You'll connect high voltage from, and this is why I say to put a switch down before you do this. Anywhere you're going to distribute power, put a switch down, and then that way you've got a connection. I always use the 6-port one, but there is one that is 3, but you've got to think it's 1 line in, 2 out, essentially. So I always go with a 6. You can use a priority switch, which disables or lowers power to other lines, but I don't bother because I'm an idiot. I haven't figured out how to use them properly yet. So I just use the 6-way switch. Once you've got a transformer down, you'll then transition to medium voltage lines, and this is what you'll use to connect to substations, which then connects the building to the grid for power. It's very similar to how the plumbing works as well, although the plumbing is a little bit more complicated than I originally anticipated. I thought the power is the simplest one out there. Do be careful when connecting power lines not to overload the lines. So, like what I've done here is it's a bit hard to see and a bit hard to tell. But because this was our only power in until we got our own power station up and running, which admittedly very later than you should do it. But I thought we could just rely entirely on the border for power. No, you can't. So what I did is I built eventually, and this is what you should think about doing as well, is I built a big ring around this area. So I have power coming from this switch here up this way and connects up here on this big ring. It also comes down this way eventually and then connects up to the ring down here as well, but we've disconnected that now because it's not required anymore. This line to the border is simply there to sell power, excess power. But when we built our power station, I did the same thing. I built lines coming out that connect to multiple points on this big ring of distribution, so there isn't too much power going through one line. It spreads out. That's basically what you want to do. It's like walking on glass. If you do it on like the balls of your feet, you're likely to go through. But if you lay down and crawl, you spread the weight out and it makes it easier. So that's where we've got loads of power lines coming through here. One connects up here, another one connects down here, another one somewhere over here, another one powers up here, and another one comes through and connects over here. So that way there isn't too much power going through one line. And oh yeah, we've also got it coming this way as well to connect up to stuff. We've got it basically, because this has multiple high voltage connections, we've got it going to as many different places as possible. But when you're small, you don't need to worry about that. It's just something to think about in the future. Water is similar to power, except all you need is a water well, a big water pump. Do not, under any circumstances, use a small water pump. The throughput of the water pump is too small to sustain any city. And I found out this the hard way. Use one big pump. So if we take a look at the underground for water, we have one well, one big pump into a water treatment center, and then the same going out. So it's one pump distributes to an area, and when your city's growing, don't think you can just forever expand the water lines. You can't. I found out that the hard way. So you have 4 inputs, and each one, I'd say, is good enough for 1, maybe 2, each output is good for 1, maybe 2 city blocks. And then you want to think about using another. Like, we have one just dedicated to this industry area. Nothing else is on it, just this industry. So just be a little bit careful with water. It can get a bit tricky. Sewage, never had an issue. You can connect as much as you want or as little as you want. It doesn't care. It'll go all day. You can forever expand it as long as it's always going downhill. So sewage, never had an issue. But water, had a massive headache on a previous stream. It was crazy. We spent... we had me and like 5 people in chat all trying to figure out what the fuck was causing this massive bottleneck and water not getting to where it needs to go. But if you're using very high density buildings, scale down. Just do multiple. That's what I've done. I've got one here, another one over here, another one up here, helping supply water in this area and to this area. We've got another one over here as well, helping to supply this area as well as this industry. Because I just kept adding stuff to it. So keep it small, especially with water, and you won't have an issue. It's the same as what we've done here as well. We've got one that does this and does a little bit of this as well. So we're just keeping it small when it comes to water. We're not building up massive. Right, let's get some people back in this city, because it's stopped and we need people here for the meat industry. I think that's enough communism for me today. I shall continue my republic in the morning. It does get a little bit complicated. It's why I do recommend playing on easy mode. Play through some of the tutorials. They really do teach you it. It does teach you it well, but it is a bit slow. Like, it will help, but like I said, it takes a bit of getting used to because there's a lot to it. Wait, there's tutorials. Yeah, there's a tutorial section on the main menu. There's also the help button down here on the bottom left. That tells you a little bit about each section, but there's a tutorial that'll teach you. It literally, it's like sucking eggs. A little bit. But they are helpful. You close the game and it's immediately wanting an update. Sorry, dude. Right, I'm just gonna nip to the loo real quick. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back, baby. Right, here we go. Let's get electronics here. We should have an electronics distribution office over here. We do. We have the mech and elec distribution, which should be renamed to mech distribution. Wait, no, it isn't. It's both. It's both. Right, we're going to re-enable the mech and elec. We're going to tell him to go here. And he just wants to unload elec. There we go. We're going to need team 5 to come and help with as many of this. And number 6. We're going to have snow plows over here. We need them in the blue with the white top. We're out of money. Damn it, again. We didn't catch it in time, did we? It's this dude. Our money vanished fast then. We're just going to keep borrowing until we have enough money. Right, that should be good. 82 mil. Debt simulator, yeah. it's the electronics. They bankrupt us. They're so expensive. We might have to get them from NATO if it keeps up. Let's get some more people in here. Solution, create alone electronics. That is what we're planning to do. That's why we're trying to get the plastics. Once we start manufacturing our own plastics, then we can start making electronics. But we need this town to be back up and running because this town is what produces meat for every city. Because electronics are in the advanced category and we haven't finished getting through the other ones yet. We still need to make chemicals, but that's a solution for another day because the chemical plant building that we need is absolutely freaking huge. So we need another area for that. But we're going to get to that one eventually. We've got all of these getting made. We have oil and coal already sorted. Chemicals is the only other one that we don't have yet because it requires 4 different ingredients to be made. So we don't know how to make our own computers, but we have nuclear power. Exactly. I mean, to be fair, the UK doesn't make its own computers. We get them from Japan and China because they make some of the best ones, and America. But we're going to be completely self-sufficient. We aren't manufacturing aluminium yet because, again, in order to make aluminium, we need chemicals, and chemicals are very expensive. We don't even build our own cars. We buy them in as well. So there's quite a lot that we don't make ourselves, but if we can make the fundamentals and make all the basic materials that make everything else, when we eventually come into the process of manufacturing advanced stuff, All this game needs is to let me make nukes. I mean, you say that. What do you think happens with the nuclear waste that we produce? I don't know what happens. What happens to it? We sell it to the border and then someone else deals with it. Right, we've got workers here now. Happy freaking days. We'll get a couple more experts. And we'll get a couple more, some more loans. So we can get a couple more experts. We'll increase the number of workers in the hospital. And everything here should be back up and running, yes? You're all happy? You're not complaining anymore? I wondered why we lost like 5,000 population. You just want to make a glorious Soviet city. I don't have time to deal with economics. Most Soviets than me. Exactly. It'll be amazing once we're building our own stuff. I mean, to be fair, it's not even been 100 years, and we're already pretty well independent. Because this game does remind me a lot of Tropico, but with a little bit of extra. Now, Tropico, I think that does let you build nukes. You don't get to use them, but I'm pretty sure you can make them. Although it doesn't specifically say you're making nukes. You can build a nuclear facility. Given the fact that you started out with basically nothing, 100 years and you're highly developed is impressive. Oh, thank you. I mean, it kind of is, yeah. I mean, we didn't have to research anything specifically. Right. So if we... Yeah, we're still importing quite a lot. I bet it's the stuff, the electro components that are going here. Right, we need... I'm betting we need to reselect this, don't we? It won't recognize... Yeah. We need to reselect the bridge. That's why it's not done yet. Damn it. My mistake. But this is done, so we can move this now to a chain that way, semaphore that way. We'll put in some signals here and here. We'll remove those nodes. We can remove those nodes and put them there. Remove those nodes and some signals there, and then now we get to the spicy bit. So we'll swap that to a chain, and then we can swap this to mixed is what we want, and then that way they can sort themselves out. And what we'll do is we need to do two-way. We need to do double semaphores. No, we don't. We need to do mixed here. And then that should allow them to continue on through here and build both. Maybe. Could you imagine if this game was multiplayer? Someone focused on industry, other on roads, infrastructure, another on city design. Would be beautiful chaos. It Really would be. I know you can share the save files, and that's how some people have been doing stuff like that, but yeah, it's a little bit it's a little, because I know for a fact if I did it with someone, I'd get it back and it'd be a complete mess. I'd be like, what the frig is this? But then that's what you're signing up for, basically. Is one beautiful mess. But if you could do it at the same time, that'd be amazing. But yeah, I don't think we're there at that point. Shit, ran out of money. We've only got 6 coming here. Two tunnel bores and a track builder. Brilliant. So they're literally just waiting on 1, people, and 2, materials. Sorry, my brain just froze for a second there. And then once we've got those, happy days. But we just need this guy to finish this way, and then it'll be glorious. Right, I do need to split the tracks. But I can't do that just yet. They'll just have to do it this way. Right, money is going up. Fan dabby dozy. Right, we can get the final 2 snow plows for there. We've got 3 so far. Right, Christ, money's shot up then. It's coming in as fast as it's going out. Six, 7, 8. That should be the right amount. And we'll start paying off some of these loans soon as well. Because once this has got the electronic components that it needs, we'll be laughing. So we also need to get a train set up. And trains are freaking expensive, man. Which means another train coming to this yard. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be that way. If... Where's the train that's going to this one? All related vehicles. There he is. Give me his pop-up. So he's coming here. We can then tell him to go deliver to this one as well. We can set this to 50%, and then the rest of it gets dumped here. Trains are king though in this game. The trains are the backbone of everything that I have built. Without trains, we wouldn't have uranium. Without trains, we wouldn't have bricks being distributed. Although, to be fair, without helicopters, we wouldn't have meat being transported to our city. Please tell me we've got a good amount of workers here now. We're out of cash again. Right. The buildings are filling. Slowly but surely, but the buildings are filling. You transport me by helicopter. That's amazing. Yeah, that's what these are. Helicopter transportation. They only carry about 3.5 tons, but they're fast, so it kind of makes up for it. There's the other 3. I think he... Oh no, it's not low on fuel. They can do a trip there and back in a couple of minutes. So it kind of makes up for the fact that they don't carry much, because they do it really, really quick. There we go. Oh, 3.3 tons of meat they can carry. And then he gets up to, I think, something like about 300 kilometers per hour. No wonder you constantly hear helicopters. Yeah. Well, I'd done ships. I didn't have enough room for planes. So somebody in chat suggested helicopters, and I just went, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Let's do it. So now we're shipping stuff via helicopter. Which is such a dumb idea, but I love it at the same time. And it brings it here. The problem is, he's got nowhere to put it, because these guys are just sitting here. So, you know what? We're gonna have to sell you. You know what? If I could get a job delivering groceries by helicopter, I think I would. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't turn that job down. So we just got 3 helicopters that have brought 350 tons of meat in next to no time, and then this guy goes and delivers it to the shopping centres that we've got dotted around the city. So it looks like we can't take our eye off this guy, because for some reason they all left. I don't understand why. My that big city is beautiful. Yeah, it's Gordon-on-Sea. Chat named it Gordon, and then they wanted me to rename it to Jeff-on-Sea, so I went, no, we're gonna have it Gordon-on-Sea. And this one's got about 20,000 people in it. And they work the industry, the nuclear power plant, the refining for the uranium, the brick construction, brick facility, the prefab facility, the gravel refining, cement, oil being turned into fuel and bitumen, as well as the asphalt plant, as well as their own heating plant and coal refinery. They work a lot of jobs, which is why now I'm doing smaller cities to help supplement the bigger city. Oh, as well as a car dealership. This is the only place in this entire region that sells cars. That is the only dealership. How many monuments? We have a few. We've got a couple around here. Not many. We've got a few, and this is our main one from the Ukraine support DLC that I just think is absolutely incredible. And it has a huge area of effect. So we've got a few, but not many. We've you also bought the Ukraine support DLC. Yeah, that monument is amazing. And then we've also got the other one that came with it as well. just down here, which the detail is incredible. Like, you can see loads of stuff in there. On here as well. A little, I think it's meant to be a flag or a pot of flowers or something. This is the Ukraine nuclear plant. And that's the Ukraine cooling tower. Like, I just had to. Like, it's the first nuclear plant I've ever built in this game. And I just had to. I just had to. It made the most sense. It was better than the basic one, and I didn't want the twin reactor because that was too powerful. So I was like, well, no brainer. We go with the Ukrainian one. I was going to go with the Ukrainian one anyway, but it also made the most sense power-wise for what we needed. Oh, one of them's gone back. We must have transported some meat. Right. Please tell me you are behaving now. Cool, we've got officers. We've got people there. We've got judges. We've got people in there. We've got people in the school. We've got people in that school. Up that. For some reason it was set a bit too low. Up this. I must have forgotten to turn the nursery up with a number of workers. Oopsie. We're allowing the maximum number of people to work there. Maximum there. Maximum there. Yeah, so I don't get what its freaking beef was. More students means more Great Soviets, meaning more Great Republic. Yeah, exactly. Everything just builds on everything. So maybe we get a couple more houses to help with here. So we want to go with the 94. See, we're even giving them really nice houses. The really high quality flats. 94% on the comfort rating. We do not want a road connection. So we'll go right here. It doesn't look lined up with the road. It's hurting my brain. Actually, you got a question. I know another one. Ask as many as you want. Are passenger trains a thing in this game? Yes, they are. That is why we're building a train station down here. This is a passenger one. What it's going to do, because we're also going to build one over here as well. Just give me 1 second to get people doing this. So at the moment we have a main station over here in Gordon. This is strictly passenger. It also transports workers and students, but not that many at the moment, because we've stopped expanding Gordon for the moment while we build the rest other cities. He comes through a tunnel through the mountain that surrounds Gordon. It's a big horseshoe sized mountain. I chose this location specifically for the mountain, and then realized actually it limits ways in and out of the city. So I screwed myself right at the beginning without even realizing. It then comes down here on its own dedicated line, on its own dedicated train line, no cargo, to this city which is yet to be named. At the moment it's just a basic name, but chat hasn't chosen the name yet. They haven't redeemed their rewards for the name. Instead, they decide to use their channel points to mess with my voice and stuff like that. So yeah, it's yet to be named because chat couldn't be bothered yet. So yeah, it comes to this one, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have it come down here, and then once we've built this rail, it'll come to here as well, and people can get on and off here, on and off at the new town, and eventually we'll bring it over here to the fourth city we are planning. Yeah, crazy. No, it's you literally redeem it in the channel points, and you say what you want to name and what you want to name it to in the chat. So all you have to do is just redeem the points, and you get to name that area. Same with this town; it's just the basic name, the random name that the game gives it. But I decided, you know what, chat can name stuff as long as it's not offensive or anything like that. You can name it whatever you want. You can name buildings, you can name vehicles, you can name areas, but areas I am limit. I have the say on whether or not it happens, and yeah, you redeem it, and if it's an appropriate name that's not offensive or derogatory or anything like that, it can be funny, don't get me wrong, it can be funny, but if it's, yeah, if it goes a bit too far, I say no and delete it. I delete your redemption. I'm also going to add, I'm planning on adding more as well, because I want to add text to speech as well, but I haven't found one or figured out how to do it yet. But that will be added in. Because I also want to get some audio ones as well added in, where it'll say funny things and stuff like tell me to shut up, or no, you're wrong, and stuff like that, which I think will be quite funny. And I want to do it all channel points, so that way it's free for everybody. All you got to do is just watch, and then you can mess with me, and that way it's all free for you guys. You're thinking of names, it's so hard. It can just be daft. It can, like, I don't know why they picked Gordon or Jeff or anything like that, but it just became, yeah, it just became it was just a random name, and they just picked Jeff. By the way, those 4 intersections hurt me. Why no roundabouts? What do you mean no roundabouts? Where are we looking? Are we on about back in the main city? These? Because if you look here, with the priorities, they are roundabouts. They're just really small. So anyone coming this way, oh, autosave, this way, or this way, they have to give way to anyone that's on here. It's a square about, yeah, exactly, it's a square about. I like that, square about. That's freaking ace. So yeah, it's a square about. They the ones on the square about have priority over those not on the square about. Right, how are you guys doing? Are we all happy now? You were unable to get electronics. I know it's very difficult to get electronics. You'll just have to grit and bear without them. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Done. It hurts me a great deal, but if that's what the Supreme Leader wishes, it's what will be done. All right, I see now. I'm not the Supreme. Well, in a way, yeah. But if you guys come up with a better idea, I'm all ears. Name generator, Steve. Call the town Steve. I'm guessing you're meaning Tiny Coal Town. Yeah, Tiny Coal Town. So Tiny Coal Town is now Steve. We need to give it a bit more UK style name. So on Thames. I think that's how you spell it. Steveton. No, not Steve on Thames. If you want Steveton, we can go Steveton. Or we can go Steve on Thames. It's whichever you prefer. Steve upon Tyne. I like it. I like it. We haven't got an upon yet, so there you go. Thy wish is thy command. Right, we can get them now that we've got Steve on Tyne. It's so freaking dumb, man. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but I like it. That wasn't a bright idea, was it? You know what? That works. That works for me. Beautiful. Once again, a reminder to never let the British public name things. No, I like it. I like it. The sillier the better. The sillier the better. Well, in my opinion at least, anyway, the sillier the better. It just adds a bit of whimsy to the game, and it gets you guys a bit more involved as well, which is what I'm after. I am trying to find a game, but I'm not having much luck at the minute trying to find a free one where, you know, where you guys can get involved. The only one that I can seem to find at the moment is Marbles on Stream, but the only way I can see that making sense is if there was more people watching, because the more people, the more marbles, the more chaos, and then we can do like giveaways and stuff for the winner and stuff, and you know, things like that. And that way it gives a bit more back to you guys, but I don't really have the audience at the minute for it, so I've got loads of ideas of stuff that I want to do with stream and to get you guys more involved, but I'm just not quite there yet. Once we've got more viewers and more people joining the chaos, then we can get. I can start doing more stuff to give back to you guys for the support and the encouragement and watching, and try and get you a little bit more involved with games and things like that. So I've got loads of ideas. Every single idea I seem to come up with, it needs a bigger audience. So I'm trying to figure something out that's a little bit smaller, and the best I can come up with is you guys naming shit in game. Or I know there's a few games where there's like channel redemption points where you can make me drop weapons and stuff like that, but I haven't found any of those games yet. I don't know if we can do it in Stalker. I need to have a look. Because that would really make things difficult. Although the game is already difficult, as I have no idea what I'm doing on it. I'm just sort of stumbling my way through that game at the minute. But having fun doing it as well. It's a fun stumble. Right, so now that we'll get a couple more houses. That should help people, right? I mean, we don't have any people without their own flat at the minute, so we might be okay. Because I really want to get this power generator up and running as well, the coal power plant. We've not got any workers in there yet. Or in there. Right. Have we just not got enough people here or something? I'm unsure as to what be the issue. Yeah, we're missing electronics. I know people. We know. Right, we've got a bit of spare cash. Let's pay off a loan. That's 1.9 mil. Yeah, that one's paid off. That one's paid off. That one's paid off. Paid that one off. Paid that one off. Still got 7 pages of loans to get through. But at least this number's going down, so it means we owe less. Right, that'll do. We'll wait until the money goes back over 20 mil, and then we can pay off a couple more loans again. Right, where are we? Do we have? We do have super secret police. Oh, and this is the best bit, right? We got secret police driving around in beetles. So if you spot a beetle, it's likely to be a secret police. Right, where's all our work? What are we? Words are difficult today. Words are not my friend. Right, well, you do have a decent amount of people waiting here now. Right, let's turn our attention over this way. How is the bridges coming along? Slow and steady. Oh, these dickheads, that's why. I knew I should have kept a closer eye on them. Oh, hell yes. Right, we're going to put mixed here. That way it should cease any of that bullshit of them getting stuck in between each other. These guys have been halted because of them guys. Right, that's resolved. That issue's taken care of. So we still can't build any of the real network yet around here because we're still waiting on that one. But what we can do is we can start getting resources moved over here. So we're going to limit that one to steel. We're going to limit this one to prefabs. We're going to limit this one to bricks. And this one, oh crap, control click to boards. Done. This is going to be gravel only. This needs petrol, so bear with me 2 ticks. You come fill that up and that one up as well. And that way we should get petrol over this way now. We do need to get vehicles in our construction yards. We'll get there. We've still got a few other little bits and bobs to deal with first before we deal with that mess. Secret police, the only ones who drive beetles, very secretive. They do drive other vehicles as well, not just beetles. But we'll not disclose the other vehicles that they drive, even though it's very obvious. But don't tell anyone that they drive beetles. Gravel, and we want to go to 90%. Right, cool. So let's get steel getting moved over here as well then. So we've got our steel distribution office over here. He's going to bring it here. Make sure it's on unload. There we go. Done. Bob's your teapot. Fan is your aunt. This one is prefabs, so we got a hell of a way to travel. Unfortunately, we don't have a quicker way of getting prefabs over to them. So we want to come to the prefab distribution. That's bricks. This one. Who are working flat out. They have a hell of a travel. I feel bad for them. I really do. So prefabs right here. Scroll down. Unload. Prefabs. 90%. Of course, our little secret. Next, we've got bricks to bring over here. So again, back over here, over to these guys. Zoom all the way back. Scroll all the way down. Make sure it's on bricks and 90%. And then lastly, boards, which have got the shortest journey time. Well, besides steel. But boards are around here. Boards. Who don't ever seem to do much, to be fair. But when they do... 90% and boards. Done. Right, that is those resources taken care of. This needs mechanical and electrical components. So, electro, mechano, done. Limited. That is pretty much everything. The only thing we can't get these to do at the moment is workers without going all the way over here. But that's where this town is going to help them out with their construction office, because they can bring workers. Last thing we want to do with them is come down to the auto search, turn it up to 3.5 kilometers, because otherwise they'll only search within a kilometer, and that's just not ideal. We do need to assign vehicles, but I'm going to wait until the storages are filled up a little bit and we've got more money. But to be fair, we can get some of the NATO vehicles first. So we are going to get buses on this one. We want the biggest capacity ones. Or do we want the fastest? No, we want the fastest ones, which are these Mars 305s, I believe. Yes, the Mars 305, because the 302 is a little bit slower and carries a little bit less people. So we want the Mars 305, and we want to fill that one with just buses. And that's just going to be bus. It's not going to do anything at the minute because we're not going to assign any sources for it. These guys, right. This is where it gets a little bit complicated because we need bulldozers, excavators, pavers, rollers, cranes, dumper trucks, open hulls, and covered hulls. So a lot of vehicles required for this one. So I do have a set amount of each one, which I never seem to remember, despite because it's not something I do very often. So we're going to copy it from this one. What are you, a capitalist? Buy Eastern equipment, comrade. Communist machinery is best machinery. It's not. Not on everything. Some things are better. But again, we don't have a huge amount of funds at the moment to buy only Soviet stuff. So, here is a list of the vehicles that we get. So we're going to compare the two as we go along as well. So, concrete mixer. Total capacity, 13 tons, 87 kilometers per hour. The NATO, concrete mixer, 14 tons, 100 kilometers. We're going NATO, so we want 4 of those. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, we have this one down here that is the most up-to-date and bestest one. So, 4 concrete mixers from NATO. Dumper wagons. I know for a fact the NATO one is bigger and faster. It's this one from Sweden. And we're going to get them in red, because red, as we all know, is the fastest colour. Just by having a red dumper truck, it is automatically going to have like 50 more horsepower. It's going to go 1,000,000 miles an hour instead of 57 kilometers an hour. Way freaking better. And we want 4 of those. So they're on their way. We should probably get the excavators next and the bulldozers. So we want 2 of each. Which are these guys. Or do we get the big one? It is faster. I think I got these ones because they were the fastest ones the helicopters could carry. I don't think the helicopters can carry this one because it's 20 tons. But a flatbed can carry it because the flatbeds that we've got can carry 27 tons, I think, or maybe even more. So you know what? We will go with bulldozer big on that one. Because it's a lot faster. It's level 58 at bulldozing versus 36. It's like, do the math, it's almost double. So we'll get those. The excavators are also from NATO. Although I just want to double check and see if we've had any comrade ones that are faster. It's still this one from 1959. So with Soviets, the early vehicles are their best and then they just get worse over time. NATO, the early vehicles are the shittest and get better over time. So it's the reverse. So 2 NATO excavators. We do want a NATO paver. 2 of those. And do NATO have a roller yet? It's level 20. Comrade one is level 27. No brainer. 2 comrade excavators. Road crane. Level 39 from Czechoslovakia. But I'm pretty sure it's the NATO one that's the better one. Level 58. And in blue. So 2 of those, please. Covered hull. We need 2 of these. So that's 90 and carries 13 tons. We want to have, well, 13 tons of crops. We want to have a look at mechanical and electro. So that's 8.4 and 5.8. For us, it is 8.5 and 5.9. So Soviets win. We'll go with... Is there a... That's probably the closest one we've got. So we've got 3. And... Open hulls is also 3. Is it 3? Yeah, 3. Rookie mistake. Even if the West has better equipment, you must buy Soviet to convince subjects we are the best. Yeah, but we could always just tell the subjects that we made it. So there is that. Ah, didn't think about that one, did you? So 30 tons at 90 kilometers versus 27.92. I would rather have the extra 3 tons. And we're going to get it in blue. That should be all the vehicles. Yeah, we can't buy any more. There we go. We've got our vehicle blueprint. Ah, true. And if they question... we have the Beatles. If they question us, they go to prison and then they belong to us for eternity, where we send them to the coal mines to work. Because that is genuinely what we're doing with any criminals. Sorry, the uranium mine. Any criminals that go to our prison get dragged from there to here to work in the mines. Because you gotta respect my authority. Do we need... Steve upon time will become infamous. I hope it becomes infamous for the right reasons. Like the fact that they produce the best meat. They're producing the Wagyu beef of the Soviets. Respect my authority! Goddamn butthole! Right, so we've still got room for more people. Right, government loyalty is decreasing. And I think that's purely because of the happiness factor. Although government loyalty is quite high around here. Huh, interesting. So it must be one of the other towns. It's a little bit lower around here. 49%. It's really low around here. Right, we need something around here to boost other than the star. We need them to respect our authority. So this has 3% at 300 meters. So yes. Oh crap, moved too far. Right there is beautiful. And pop a path right there. Team 1 will be on that like a tramp on chips. And then I think we need something here. Something right next to it. So maybe an eternal flame? Even though I've seen it go out. Lenin, that'll stir him up. That'll scare him into shit. Do we put it this way facing into the building though? No, I think we do it this way. We'll do it facing the car park. And that way that should be a nice reminder to everyone living here that they will respect our authority. And that should help boost it in this area. I'm thinking another one around here as well. 'Cause it's not too bad in this building. And it's getting there in this one and this one. But these are a bit lacking. And of course we need something near the prison as well to, you know, respect our authority. Wonderful comrade. What's that one? Oh, serious? Oh, we can see where crimes are being reported. Oh, that's not good. There is a lot of crime in this area. Shit. We need more police. Crime is going up because everybody's wanting electronics. I can guarantee it's the money in electronics. The demand's not being met. Excuse me. Right. We just need to remind them. So maybe an eternal flame of... What's this? 3.4 at 165 meters. A red star is 5%. A red star and the independent monument are probably the best two. But I don't want to use too many of them because then it just looks boring. You know what? We'll go with the eternal flame. There we go. That'll look fantastic. And then maybe we put another independent monument over here. Because the influence range that this has is ridiculous. I am going to spin it. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Right, let me just zoom in. Because yeah, that's the way I want it facing. I want it facing outwards, away, and then it looks like it's part of the school. Do special buildings increase government loyalty? They... It's the monuments that do. So... These have an effect on different things, and it tells you which ones. So like children's playgrounds for kids boosts like sports activity. These monuments boost government loyalty, and they're the only ones that really do that I know of. The fountains don't. They just beautify the area and make it look nicer, but I think that's more for the player rather than the people, so I don't really use them, but it could provide some sort of like entertainment joy. I think it might provide cultural joy, but it doesn't say. I'd have to check the wiki to know exactly, but I don't think they really do much, if I'm honest. Right, there we go. They'll get that built as well. It's more with monuments, you're basically trying to remind them that they're stuck here. Basically. Like the secret police, they allow you to see what the government loyalty is for the area. The police prevent crimes. Hospitals provide healthcare. Entertainment buildings provide either cultural or sport entertainment. So you want to have a mix of the two. Bars obviously provide alcohol, but they also do increase crime. So we've got none. Religious, there isn't any religious buildings that I know of in here. If there is, they're hidden somewhere. But yeah, I've never placed any sort of one. So like each of these will provide like a different thing. These are more cultural buildings, so they provide a more cultural bonus. Apart from dance hall, which provides sport, I believe. The TV can provide other benefits as well as the radio station. Like if we see here, it can influence certain things. So you can provide anti-religious propaganda or enthusiasm for sports, preference to alcohol. You can either increase it or decrease it, same as sport. You can promote educational stuff. But at the moment, I'm trying to boost Soviet propaganda as well as cultural enjoyment. And then, of course, as well, it shows how the happiness is affected via that. Are there any Soviet monuments, monument buildings like IRL or just statues? Some of them, a lot of these are based on ones that were actually used for Soviet propaganda. Like the statue of Lenin is based off the actual statue of Lenin, which I don't know if it's still in Russia, because I really don't want to go. I kind of want to visit Russia and I don't at the same time. Like there's some really incredible things in Russia, but the way Russia's being run, I don't want anything to do with it. Some Soviet buildings are just so cool. They are. It's interesting from like an observer point of view, because like the way everything was done in the Soviet era of Russia, everything was government owned and the state provided you with what you needed. So it provided you with housing, a job, education, clothing, food. Everything was provided for you. You literally owned nothing, which is crazy. Like compared to the opposite, where in the Western side of things, you have to find it all yourself. You got to get a job to buy food, whereas the state provides you with a food allowance in the Soviet Republic. So from a history side of things, it's really interesting how you do it. At current, they'd kill me if I crossed the border. I don't know if to do that. I'd probably arrest you and make you disappear. To some level, I idolize it, but to other extents, I don't. No, I get it, and I get why a lot of people believe believe in the communist way to be the better way of doing things, but I don't think it is, because there's pros and cons. Because like at any point the state could turn around and go, piss off, this is ours, you don't live here anymore. And I couldn't live like that. I really couldn't. It's why me and our lass, we saved and saved and saved and saved for absolutely ages to be able to get a mortgage to buy our own house, because I don't want, I want to be able to just do whatever the hell I want with my home, whereas renting is just dead money. But at the moment, it's, with the way things are economic wise, that's probably the only real way anyone can go. On one hand, an entire society is bad. On the other hand, if the state gives you housing, clothing, food, a great way to stop poverty and homelessness. Yeah, exactly. It helps. It's pros and cons. It helps in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it doesn't, because at any point the state could go, right, we're tearing all this down and turning it into something else. This is no longer a housing area. You don't really have any say in any way that it's built, or any way, you know, it looks. But at the same time, that's kind of a good thing, because then if you have people that understand this better than anyone else in charge of it, then it works out better for everyone. But it doesn't always work out that way. You do end up having sometimes an idiot in charge, like me, who makes mistakes, but at least I'll learn from my mistakes. So at least I've got that going for me. Right, we just want to have a look again and see how it's going. See if it's helping in a way, but not as much as we would like. Oh my word, like this one's 23% and it's got a freaking statue right next to it. Right, I imagine when this one gets built, it'll provide a huge boost. It's 6% in like 800 meters. 650 meters. Right, so the prison is a problem at the minute as well. People are escaping because we don't have enough workers there. Right, hopefully that's helping. We can pay off a little bit more of our debt. You want to know one thing I hate about history? Go for it. Right, that'll do for now. Right, cool. People are still... I've still got space to move in. That's good. Right, that side, this side is still being built, which this guy's coming to do. Nice. It's got to be very wordy, this one. Right, that's the next bit of track constructed. Communist housing was incredible. Prefabricated concrete panels, shipped and built, all with decent amenities, shops, schools, medical centres, etc. All within walking distance in suburbs. But because it's communist, the West made it seem evil. Yeah, they did. They did make it seem a lot worse. And it was more because they didn't understand it, so they feared it. And when people don't understand things, they are naturally scared of them and think it's bad. Where we could have had walkable cities with strong communities instead of rubbish car-centric housing. America is 100% car central. Everything is in driving distance, and it's good because it means there's plenty of parking for things. So with America, all the cities, you'll see if you look from an aerial point of view, everything is spread out. You can't park in one car park and go to like 5 different shops. It's literally one car park for one shop, because that's how they based everything. They based everything around a car. Whereas you look at, especially like small UK villages, they are more about walking, and that's just because of the age of the villages. And a lot of them are more, we want to keep the village looking, you know, more how it originally was than anything, which is why the villages don't really change. The upside to it is everything was based around walking. You know, houses were near shops, they were near schools, they were near post offices, they were near everything. The problem with the UK village style is everything is delivered by a lorry, and lorries and villages don't work very well together. Neither do buses. So if you want to travel anywhere via public transport, UK villages just cannot deal with it. You have to drive, but then there's nowhere to park your car because everything is built in UK villages around being able to walk everywhere. Footpaths, everything. Like, you look at the old cobblestone roads that are still in some parts of, like, they're in some parts of the town I live, and a lot of the villages near here as well. A lot of the roads are still cobblestone. But the cobblestone roads were made for horses and carts, not cars and people. So they're horrible to drive on, they're horrible to walk on, because nobody uses horse and cart anymore. Because the cobblestone roads were better for horses because they could get better grip on the ground with the horseshoes. But it's a nightmare for everything else. They do not work in the modern era. But then you get like modern cities, which are tailored around cars. So there's car parks everywhere. That's why the Netherlands is best. Perfect, people-centric city design. Yes, in a way. I'd say the Netherlands is really good if you're a commuter. Because you can get around everywhere. I'd say Netherlands and Japan are probably two of the best places. Japan is the best place for public transport. It is second to none. Trains are never late, buses are never late, and you can get everywhere using trains and buses within a degree. You want to go to another city, you can get there and back within a couple of hours. The UK, nah, trains too expensive. Trains in Japan, dirt cheap. Everybody can afford them. You want an open return ticket in the UK, you're looking at a couple of £100. Open return ticket in Japan, couple of quid. Tenner, 20 quid, 30 quid. Not that expensive, very affordable. And the trains are never late. UK, they're always late. Netherlands, very good for cyclists. And the reason Netherlands is very good for cyclists is because they based the three main cities in Netherlands. I can't remember the names of them off the top of my head, but their 3 main cities are cycling focused. So you can bike between all 3 of those main cities in the Netherlands very, very easily and very, very quickly. But if you've ever walked around the Netherlands, the cyclists are like the cyclists here. They want you, the general public, to get out of their way, which is fair enough. If you're walking on a cycle path, then, and it's cycle only, because they do have designated cycle only lanes and cycle only paths, it's your fault because you're in the wrong place. It's not their fault. They're the cyclists. They're in the correct place. They're where they should be. You're not the pedestrian. But the downside is, if you're going out to buy anything large, you don't want to be carrying that. Say, like, you want to go buy a big TV. It's not great trying to carry that back on public transport. It is impossible to do in the UK on public transport. So I would imagine it's very difficult. So I don't know how the cities are laid out. I don't know if like the stores like that are laid out in a way that you can go buy a TV, but then people just say, well, we'll just get it delivered, which is, yeah, fair enough. Probably should, but when I go buy TVs and stuff like that, I want to go see it because I want to see what the image quality is like. I don't want to then have to wait for it to be delivered to my house. If I go see a TV and I want to buy it and it's like, yeah. Like the last time I bought a TV a couple of years ago now, I want to be able to see what the image quality is like and see what the size is and then be like, yeah, it'll fit, measure it, that sort of thing. Yeah, it'll definitely fit. Buy it, put it in the back of my car, take it home. My car's big enough to fit a 55-inch TV. But I don't want to have to wait to get a TV, especially when, like the last TV I bought, and I bought a TV purely because I came home from work, went to go turn my TV on, and it just wouldn't turn on. It was completely dead. Which is strange because the night before we was watching the thing and it was working, and nobody had switched it on in the morning. Nobody had been in the house all day. Just came home, went to turn it on, and it was broken through nothing. So yeah, a bit of a tangent there, a bit of a rant, but yeah, it's, I think the perfect city design blends the two to work very well with each other. And it's a hard thing to do. It is hard. It is difficult. Because there is in Netherlands certain areas where no vehicles are allowed at all. So for me, I'd love to see it because I want to see how it works. I want to see how it operates. But in my head, to me, it sounds like that wouldn't work because then how do you supply the stores? How do you supply the restaurants? All the catering stuff? How do you supply what they need to it? I think it's more because I don't understand how it works that way. So I'd love to see it and find out because I bet it's incredible. I'm guessing the Netherlands is somewhere where you really want to visit, Craft. Or have you visited the Netherlands? Oh, they're doing it again. They got stuck. Yes to both, I'm guessing. Somewhere you've been or somewhere you'd like to visit. Right, that might work now. Talks a lot on city design. I'd like to visit. You'd like to visit. Yeah, I would like to visit the Netherlands because, like I say, I'd love to see how it works. How the I'd love to find out how like the supply, because especially with no vehicle areas, it's really interesting to see how they get around it. No worries, buddy. Right. Excuse me. Is there isn't a way I can just copy the mechanisms and stuff, is there? So all the vehicles are here. So we want to do the same here. So 2 big bulldozers, 2 excavators, a rubbish roller, 2 pavers. Then we get into the quicker stuff. So a concrete mixer, 4 of those. Covered hull, we've gone with ours. Dumper, with theirs. 4 of those. Open hull, 3. Road crane, 2. And then it's just roller and open hull from us. Sorry, covered hull. And that's it. So now we can assign resources. So Mechanolec, gravel, steel, prefab, bricks, boards, and they will get the concrete from over here and the asphalt from over here. And then we just want to copy that to this one. And that's that done. So now we can look at laying out the city. That's going to be over here. Which, oh crap, I haven't even had any lunch yet. Right, 2 seconds. I am going to go grab a sandwich. I'm just going to press pause. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm really hungry and I've not had anything to eat yet. I've lost track of time. Oh, he's back with food. I'm back with food. I completely forgot about my dinner. And I had to let the dog out as well. He was crying for a pee. But I'm back. The floof, yeah. That's why I got it's just sandwich, sausage roll, and packet of crisps, as usual. It's nice and quick, and then I can eat it with one hand. That's why there's pugs in the in the emotes section, because we got a little pug. Oh, of course, power. Yeah, good chicken sandwich with Kewpie mayo, because it is the absolute best mayo. Let's get that right there. And we'll get... Oh, crap. Went too fast. One right there as well. Get a high voltage line. Spanning the two. Right over to here as well. And then we can get a transformer. Yeah, see, you get it. Maybe one day he will appear on stream. If I ever decide to do a face camera. Alright, we'll get power lines. Right, I want to be careful with these power lines because I don't want to have to tear them down in order to fit what do you call it? Doggo is good. He is, but he's also a little terror at the same time. Although last night he spent, because Alash, she went to a pub quiz with a couple of her friends, so I was like, I'll stay in, I'll look after the dog. It is whatever. And he spent majority of the night curled up between me and the sofa, cuddling up because his mum wasn't there. So he's been an absolute little baby. It was very adorable. I can't deny that. Right, we do need to get water over here as well. So we're going to start working on water as well at the same time. Your doggo is in the bed next to you right now. Oh, that is adorable. What doggo you got? How old are they? What doggo is it? What's the name? Give me tell me everything. Right, do we want to go all the way back or... Yeah, we should go all the way back. Bug off. Pump, 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 pump. Right, there's the path. And then we want big pipe again. Wait, what? Oh, it was on the wrong... Some other infrastructure in the way. Oh, it'll be that power cable. Seven years old, miniature foxy, named Bella. She's tiny but thinks she's a big guard dog. She has severe separation anxiety. We tried to do everything we could to avoid separation anxiety, and we think we got it. Sorry, I just took a bite of sausage roll at the wrong time then. We don't think he has it, but we can tell he's sat there thinking, I want mum back, but he's not, like, he doesn't cry or whine about it. And it's because when we first got him, I spent quite a lot of time with him working from home in my previous job before I left. And it started off small, where I'd just leave him for like an hour on his own. And then I'd come back down and check up on him and make sure he was all right. And then just gradually started building that up to the point where we can go shopping, we can go, you know, we can do all kinds of different things. And leave him on his own and he'll be fine. But it didn't start out that way. It really didn't. Like, when we first got him, just for him to go to sleep at night, I would have to stay downstairs with him till about 3 in the morning most nights, because every single time I tried to get up to leave the living room to go upstairs, he would start crying and whimpering and stuff, and it was horrendous. Originally she wasn't too bad because I got her during high school. She was doing okay, but in recent years she has begun getting worse. If I leave the house for 20 minutes to feed the farm animals, she'll be crying at the back door waiting for me. Oh, that's so cute, but that's so unfortunate at the same time. And when you're at uni for a day, your mum says she lays on your bed looking like she's gonna slit her wrist, basically. She's special, but you adore her. That's so adorable. It's sad at the same time, because she doesn't realize she can do anything and everything without you. But that's not how it is in her mind, and it's adorable but tragic at the same time. I'm really glad our dog isn't like that, but he was at first, and it was awful. Because we couldn't go to bed, because we could hear him, because our bedroom is above the living room. So we could hear him crying and whimpering, and I couldn't sleep. So I just ended up basically living downstairs with him until he eventually fell asleep, because he tired himself out trying to stay awake to make sure I didn't leave. But eventually he realized, yes, we might be gone, but we always come back. Yeah, it does break your heart, it really does. But like every single bit of advice that we saw, heard, read, you know, it was just, you've got to be mean at first, because otherwise they end up getting worse. Whereas now, like, I don't think it's really separation anxiety. I think it's more he's in the pack mentality mind. Because every time we go downstairs to him, he will follow me everywhere. Like, while making my sandwich in the kitchen, I open the back door because the kitchen goes out into the back garden. I opened the back door so he could go out. I stood at the back door, watched him go out. He wandered off. I turned around, walked back in to start making my sandwich while he went for a pee, and then all I could hear was his little paws tippy-tapping on the pavement as he came running back in because he couldn't see me anymore. And I'm like, you need to go for a wee. What's wrong with you? You don't need to follow me everywhere. But he's so cute. He is adorable, but at the same time, he didn't. The weird thing is, I don't know where this has come from either, because he didn't used to be like that. He used to just go outside, do his business, then come in, sit by the cupboard where his good boy treats are for when he'd gone and done his business, and wait for a treat. Whereas now it's, sometimes I've got to watch him, but I don't think it's that he wants to be with me. He knows I'm making food, and he's expecting to get some, even though it's not his food. Because I found out the missus, every time she cuts up apple or whatever it is, as long as it's dog safe, whatever fruit, veg or whatever, because he eats a lot of fruit and he eats a lot of vegetables as well. He's a super healthy dog, and he's not even a fat pug. That's the bizarre thing as well. He's not fat. He doesn't look like a bread loaf. Every time she's cutting something on the chopping board, like I had the chopping board out to make my sandwich on, he's expecting me to give him some of whatever I'm making. Your dog can be on the other side of the house, and even if she thinks of touching a piece of chocolate, she knows. Oh, even if you think of touching a piece of chocolate, she knows and comes running. Yeah, he's terrible. When I have like peanuts and stuff like that, which he can't have, he sits there like, because the packet makes a similar noise to some of his treats, he thinks I'm eating his treats. Which is absolutely insane. Because they don't smell great. Although they are safe for human consumption, but I'm still not putting that to the test. We need 8 snowplows over here. I forgot to order some before winter. Right, we'll return that money. Return that money. To be fair, some dog treats smell tempting. I've been tempted to bite one a few times. Well, the good thing is, if you buy any dog treats or dog food or anything pet related in the UK that is for dogs or cats, It is 100% safe for human consumption. And it has to be that way by law. But I am not putting that to the test. I don't know if it's the same in other countries, but it is here. So do I, because the funny thing is, and this is absolutely bizarre, if you read the nutritional value, because I'm sad enough to do it, on any pet food, if it means that idiots that don't take care of their kids don't end up with sick kids because of dog treats. Exactly. But if you read the nutritional value on any dog food, because I know it is with dog food, at least anyway. I don't know about cat, but I don't have one, but I did read it on dog food because I care about what my dog eats more than what I eat, to be honest. But I care about what he eats. I want to make sure he's healthy and he doesn't eat anything that he shouldn't and all that sort of stuff. So I'm like a protective mother with him, with anything that he eats or even attempts to eat. And I read the packet, and it is 100% true that dog food, by nutritional value, is better for you than the majority of food that is deemed for human consumption, which is absolutely sickening to even think about. Like, you would be far better off through like nutritional wise and health wise eating pet food than you are majority of human food. Because if you read like the crap on like the stuff on the back of most food, it is too much sugar, too much salt, too much fat, too much carbohydrate. You know, it's all bad for you in some way. Like a lot of like take American bread for example, because this is the daftest thing in the world. Americans cannot make bread, but if you read the ingredients on bread in America, it is about 13 ingredients long. You read the ingredients list for bread in the UK, it is wheat, water, yeast, and that's pretty much it. It's like 4 ingredients. Whereas America, it's like 13, and 2 of which could have ties to cause cancer in humans. And yet they deem that safe to eat. And yet they'd be better off eating pet food, which is freaking insane. American bread, it is rubbish. It is garbage because they bleach their wheat beforehand. And that's the weird thing. It's like eggs in America as well. They wash eggs before like selling them in supermarkets, which is insane because if they don't wash them, they don't go bad. They wash the protective coating off the eggs that keep them fresh, which means like in the UK we don't wash our eggs, which means we don't need to put them in the fridge. We can leave them on a counter and they'll be fine for weeks. Whereas America wash the eggs and then that means you have to refrigerate them because otherwise they go bad within a matter of days if you do not refrigerate them, which is insane. Like, nature's provided a 100% safe protective coating to keep the egg fresh, and yet they go and wash it off. Americans buy Australian beef because it is good quality. Australians don't buy American beef because they have no health standards. No, the only thing that I like about American food is the portion size. Everything is big. It's great. And we did used to have that in the UK until shrinkflation and everything started getting smaller and costing more. And like with the thing that puts me off 100% American beef, because even China started buying Australian beef as well instead of American beef, and America is kicking off about it, whereas the Chinese are absolutely raving about it because it's better quality and costs less. And it's the same size, which is absolutely hilarious. It's just too much for you. I can't eat it all. No, but I'm thinking more like snacks, and like, you want a good sized steak. I always want a good sized steak every now and then as a little treat to myself. But like, it's like £10 and it's tiny. Whereas if I were to buy like the same thing somewhere else, from a different country, it'd be £10 and freaking huge. And probably better. That's one thing I don't like about the UK is I don't know if it's the government or corporate greed or a mix of the two, but everything's getting smaller and smaller to the point where like you're gonna have to eat like 9 of something just to get the original, you know, like Freddos are a really good size comparison for shrinkflation. There is like barely anything left of a Freddo, and if it keeps up, you're going to buy a Freddo and you're not going to be able to see it with the naked eye because it's going to be that small, but it'll still cost 80p. And Freddo used to be one of the best chocolates from Cadbury. I used to get them all the freaking time, but now there's barely anything there. Don't worry, mate, it's not just the UK. Australia foods are shrinking as well. Ah. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, but it's just give us what we want. It's as simple as that. Stop taking everything from us. We're just good, honest people that just want the value of what we paid for. Oh, we're just waiting for electrical to be built. Not electrical. Water. You do know you're gonna have to share pictures of your doggo in the Discord as well, you know. I will share pictures of my doggo in the Discord. But you're gonna have to do it as well. You don't think it will ever happen, sadly? Oh, why not? I need to see your doggo. Oh, you will do. Nice. Okay, if there's not a reason to join the Discord, there is many pictures of doggos that are gonna be in there. If anyone's got a picture of a doggo, join the Discord and share a picture of your doggo. I realized that it was in reference to the brands not giving us what we want after I'd saw your message about will do. I'm going to create a new channel. And it's going to be doggos. I don't know if it's on purpose, but I can't post pics in IRL on Discord. Oh. Oh, one moment. I'll fix it. I'm creating a new channel anyway called Doggos, and we'll put them all in there. Edit category, permissions. Is it permissions? Is it? Right. You try it now. You should be able to now. Try it in Doggos. I don't know what's going on with this city, but nobody seems to be staying. And nobody seems to want to work. Hooray! Oh, look at them. Absolute little goofball. Oh, that's adorable. She's absolutely adorable. Right, I'm gonna find pictures of my puppo. Need to capitalize it. Your little princess. Alright, my pictures of my puppo should be in there now as well. There he is! The absolute little nut job known as Mr. Quigley. Alright, why is no one working in the coal mine? In the heating plant? Yeah, he's a long-haired pug, which is we found out is a very rare trait for pugs. So we basically got a shiny Pokemon version of our dog. Just a fantastic little fella. He goes by many names, but Mr. Quigley is the one that his vets have. Sometimes, a lot of the times, he just gets known as Quigs. Obviously, when he's naughty and not listening to us, then it's Quigley. But then our last, she's got like about 1 million different names for him. And I get the feeling that he's having an identity crisis a lot of the times. Right, I've got an idea. I has an idea. It's these. So people living here, you are going to go work in there. Oh, crap. We need to learn. So we ended up getting rid of our loan and now we've got our loan again. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if my dog sat there a lot of the times with all these different names he keeps hearing and being called. He ain't sat there going, who the frig's she talking about? Is it me? Is that my name? Has it changed? I didn't know you could change names. Which is probably why half the time he doesn't listen. Financial stability is a myth. I don't know about. I've never heard of this financially stable. What are you on about? That's not a thing. Oh, it's the poop. It was me. I forgot to reassign it because we paved that road and so it oh my word. No wonder this town didn't work. Everyone's just throwing the garbage in the street. Now I'm having a crisis. No wonder nothing worked. Everyone was scared to open up a crisp packet in case it frigging... They couldn't put the rubbish anywhere. They have to walk around forever holding a crisp packet because they got nowhere to put the empty packet. I wonder how far I could get in this game with my only industry being agriculture, true lower class Soviet Republic moment. If you keep scaling it up, I reckon you could do quite well. Because in theory, if you place the buildings around correctly, because it's only the farm building itself that needs to be connected to a silo. So in theory, you could get 2 to 4 large farms all connected to the same massive silo and have a train run through it to collect every bit. I reckon you could go quite far with that. Right, we need... Game changer. Get it built, lads. Up yours. There is a connection. If you go into a custom game, you can create a perfectly flat map by creating your own map, like what we did here. Fascinating. Guess you'll have to do some tomfoolery. I haven't heard it being called tomfoolery for a while. There we go. The heat is back on right as winter ends. Maybe a flat map though. If it's all flat, it's a tad bit boring. Some terrain variation is nice. Yeah, it is. That's why with this one, I tried to go flat but with some hills. Although I think I did too many hills because it's making it really difficult. Especially with all the lakes. And like this one was a lake with a tiny little gap in between to connect it to the river. So I just went, nah, bollocks to that, we'll just open it up. And now it looks like the river's got some low-hanging fruit. Right, we've got people in there. We've got people in there. Frickin' Nora. That's been a right ball ache. All because this moron sat here forgot about reconnecting mixed waste. What kind of idiot forgets that there's mixed waste? This idiot. That means this transfer station is going to fill up massively. But it looks like these guys are way freaking ahead of it. Yeah, I think these guys have got it. Right, can I go back to this now? You're gonna rebuild your population, yeah? Yes. Thank you. You're gonna rebuild your population. Because I think they're all dead. Maybe starving. Can we get someone working in the frickin' shop, please? Doris. Come and work in the frickin' shop, will you? Right, we need more than 3 of you working in here. I'm just trying to find the ones that are unspecified, and then someone might actually work in there. You're taking the piss. Why? Why? Let me. I just want to build a house right next to there. The story is they were too stubborn to move house. Despite being offered a large sum of money. Yes, we got it. Not quite right. Not quite. We can do better than that. that's what I should have done. There we go. Beautiful. Right, there we go, and we can autosave. Fuck off. Stop it. There we go. Yeah, the idea is they were too stubborn to move house. Even though we built them there afterwards. Like that bloke who got offered, I think, something like £10 million to move house so they could build a motorway. And he kept refusing him. And so they built a motorway around his house. And now his house is surrounded by a motorway on all sides. It's absolutely hilarious. So not only does he have to put up with the noise of a motorway, but also he's down like a couple of million quid that he could have had. I mean, I get why he didn't want to move, because the house was sentimental to him. But at the same time, it's going to happen with or without you. Right, how's the train tracks over here? They got stuck again, haven't they? Yeah. But in a different spot. Wait, what? You travelled all this frigging way on the right-hand track to go on the left-hand side? Oh, what? Anytime stuff ain't working, it's because of a stupid snowplow that's got stuck. And it's gotten stuck on nothing. There's going to be a huge backlog of vehicles needing fuel now. No wonder there was no workers. That's actually insane. I cannot believe that has happened. I genuinely cannot believe that. It's actually annoyed me. And I'm normally quite laid back and easy going, but that is an absolute fucking piss take. And to be fair, it's been a while since that's happened. Which is why I wasn't expecting it. But now we have to leave these on, you know, the thingy for a little bit, line spacing, which means they're going to travel a little bit slower. But, you know, it's the price we pay. I didn't even check the quality of these houses. 85. They're not bad then. Oh, 91. So the best low density building we've got is this one that holds 27. You got a question, what's the human on the top right of the screen stand for? This one. It gives you a brief indication of the unemployed people, why they're unemployed, as well as how many adults you've got that want to go to like college, university and stuff to get a higher education. Children who can't get to school, and then of course prisoners. You'll see me dot up to it every now and then, because I always keep an eye on the due to no workplace. We want that number to be unemployed people due to workplace. That's the one that we want to keep an eye on. That's the really important one. The children one is irrelevant. It's never bothered me. But the due to no workplace one is, we don't want to ever be at a point where that is 0. Because 0 is bad. Yeah, you can make prisoners work. And it's free work as well, which is the best kind of work. You just use a prison bus and you set up a custom link between the prison and a workplace. So if we had a prison near here with some prisoners in it, we'd use a free road depot, order a prison bus, one of these or one of the NATO ones, whichever one you're working from, and you just tell them to go from the prison to a specific workplace. The one downside to prison buses is, over regular buses, they cannot stop at a bus stop. They have to go direct to a building. So the downside to them is, if the workplace is full, they will just take the prisoners back to prison. They are really helpful to, like, keep things topped up, get some guaranteed labor and stuff, because you're always going to have criminals. But how you use them varies. You just want to be a little bit careful with them, because they can be a little bit funny at times as well. Like, you don't want too many buses going, like, if you've got, say, 100 prisoners in there, you don't want like 17 prison buses going to the prison and then going to your workplace. You'll only want like 1 or 2. So you don't, they're good for for boosting a specific building or industry or something like that. But it's basically 1 prison per building, I'd say, to stick with, because otherwise you won't have enough people, and the population of your prison fluctuates more than it does like just having regular workers. And that's because some people will be in there for different crimes. So a minor crime, they might only be in there for a couple of months, whereas a serious crime, they might be in there for 9 years. So you want to be a bit careful. And then a medium crime is somewhere in the middle, depending on how you've set it up, because you can change how long prison sentences are. If you want to go full, you know, someone drops a can on the floor, they get a 99 years. You can do that if you want to. If you want to go for like a full-on prison state, and then you don't have to care about happiness then. But it's just something to keep an eye on. Right, how are people doing? Right, we need electronics badly now. I'm thinking we order some in from NATO. Because they are a damn sight cheaper. They're at 1.4 million rubles now to buy them. Whereas it's $94,000 to get them from NATO, which is expensive. But if we can keep our NATO exports up, we're good. Because we are getting quite a bit for steel, selling steel to them. So if we... Right, yeah, see, this is the issue. We need to export meat. So... That's prison. Meat storage, no. That one. This one. 50. I want to go to 50% on that one. So that's going to stay full for a while until... Yeah, they need to take it over there. I'll probably end up lowering it a bit more, to be fair. Yeah, we'll go with 40%. This game keeps getting more and more wacky. I love it. But these are things that you could do. Prison labor was a huge thing in Soviet Russia. Like, they even had a lot of prisoners working in the military when World War II kicked off. They had a full-on prison regime, and what they used to do is they used to have a line of prisoners in front with guns pointing towards the enemy, and then a line of regular soldiers behind them that were given orders that if any of the prisoners turned around, shoot them dead. And if any of those hesitated, there was officers stood right behind there ready to pull the trigger at them. Which was freaking wild. Ah, Soviet Russia, what a mess. Yeah, you're not kidding. Let's set up a distro. I'm gonna go with a medium one, just because the distance is involved. Can't build due to infrastructure. Oh, they're too close to the power lines. There we are. What do you mean? I never moved. We don't want that road like that. Let's see if we can make it better. Near enough. It's pretty much how it was. Glorious Soviet Republic, workers and resources in paradise, no police state. I mean, I think you're going to need police. Otherwise, it'll just get way out of hand. The population is going down. I don't like this. Because now nobody's getting any meat. And there's nothing we can do about it because we destroyed the other building. The city of Jeff is fine. Or Gordon, rather. Why is no one making children? Does the red stars not make you horny, stupid people? I don't know why, but I read that in Austin Powers' voice. Does the red star not make you horny, baby? Oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh no, that is not something you want. Just perfect. Communist Austin Powers. That is something you definitely do not want. Do I make you horny, baby? No, Austin, no. Right, I'm setting up a distribution office here. These are going to sell excess meat to America. Or, well, NATO. And that's just to help keep our money going up, because we are going to buy electronics from them. Where's the border? Because we need them. We can't we can't make our own just yet. The teeth, not really. The voice, on the other hand. Oh no, 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 Craft. I mean, to be fair, I don't think that same way about my voice, and I've got a similar voice to him. I mean, if you think my voice sounds very good, it's because of the filters I'm using for the microphone. Like, without it, if I turned all the filters off, you'd be like, oh, what the frig? Who the fuck is this dickhead? Can you just shut up? I mean, you probably think that now anyway, to be fair. Good, yeah, we've got fuel. Your voice is lovely. I literally fell asleep to your stream yesterday. That's adorable. See, now you're just buttering me up. That's all you do. You're just buttering me up. You're going to ask me for something soon. Or you're going to want me to do something. Because that's usually what happens. People butter me up, and that's because they want something from me. I think I've just been really unlucky in life in that aspect. Yes. We want to come all the way down to here. Well, of course, because you're in Australia, so for me it's like coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But for you, it must be like 10 o'clock at night or something like that. Maybe even later. I will ask you one thing. Continue being yourself and making great content. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best, because I really do enjoy doing this, and the fact that other people enjoy watching me be an idiot on the internet. It's nearly midnight for you. Freaking hell. And yeah, if I could do this forever, I would. If I could stream 24/7, I would. But I think that would be a bit too much me out on the internet, and I don't think that's a good thing. I've just had to message the girlfriend as well to see what time she needs picking up, because I can't remember what time she finishes work. Time zones are wild, man. It's crazy that yeah, you can literally talk to someone in near real time on the other side of the world. And it's amazing. Right, I think I spy with my little eye. These buildings need more people. Does that mean you're gonna fall asleep watching me stream again? Because that's adorable. Right, got a couple more people. We've got them from the NATO side of things. One, because it's cheaper. But the downside is they're not going to immediately work straight away. Because they have zero education. Likely, yes. Well, aren't you adorable? Just every now and then I might just have to scream. Just to see if it makes you jump. Because I am a nuisance like that. You didn't intend to yesterday, it just kinda just happened. Fair enough. Well, every now and then, if the chat goes a little bit quiet, I'm gonna scream into the microphone, and I really hope it doesn't make you jump. Because that's the price you get for falling asleep. Cheeky bugger. Well, the simple solution to it is don't fall asleep. To be fair, I am only going to be streaming for another hour because I do need to go. I need to go pick her up in an hour, so I literally have an hour left. Most likely not for long. After I fall asleep, my AirPod falls out, so it might not work. Damn. I'll just have to be extra loud. Be so loud that you can hear me directly from Australia. I don't think I could be that loud, to be honest. But where there's a will, there is a way. Right, where else do we need some population? It wouldn't be too bad putting some here, because then we've got permanent workers for the prison over here as well. Arthur, a good lad, fetching the missus. Yeah. She can't drive, so it's usually between myself and her dad that picks her up, but her dad's health's getting worse. Which is why we took him to Silverstone in the first place. And it was to make sure that, you know, while he is still mobile, at 75 years old, might add as well, he's an old man. It was like sort of, we need to take him before it's too late, because it's somewhere where he's always wanted to go. He's always wanted to watch an F1 race in person. And so we surprised him for his 75th birthday. We took him to Silverstone. Of course, we went as well. Like, I'm not missing out on freaking Silverstone. If he thinks I'm just buying him a ticket and that's it, he can sod right off. So we took him to Silverstone. So it fulfilled one of his lifelong dreams to always want to go see you know, see an F1 race in person. So we saved for 2 years before surprising him, and he was absolutely blown away. He was mad at us because of it's not cheap. It's not cheap to go, but he's worth it. He's been really helpful for us and his family. So, you know, you got to look after family above all else. And so we had to take him. So we saved for 2 years. so we could afford for the three of us to go. We did try and see if a mum wanted to go, but she was like, nah, I'm not interested in Formula 1. And plus it'll give me a bit of peace away from your dad, so I was like, fair enough. And then we were thinking, hang on a minute, this is the man you chose to marry. Nobody forced you to marry him. At least I don't think it was a shotgun wedding. That is some nice dedication, yeah. So he's always wanted to see Lewis Hamilton race, and then the fact that it was Lewis Hamilton's first home race for Ferrari, and then unbeknownst to us, it was the first time Hulkenberg got on the podium and Lando Norris wins his home race. So I think all in all we hit about 10 different firsts while we was there for him. So it was a really good time for him. Right, that's a few more homes to get permanent workers in here. That's the idea of it. And then that is awesome. Thank you. It was our lass's idea to take him, and I just went, yeah, all right. Okay. Yeah, we'll take him. Because I really wanted to go again, and then when she was like, "Oh, we'll take him," and it was like, "Yeah, done." 75th birthday, 75th anniversary of F1. So yeah, he absolutely loved it. He was constantly like in shock, like he could. Despite the fact that we was there for 4 days, throughout the entire 4 days that we was there, it was like, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm here. And then even after it was like, I can't believe I've seen an F1 race in person. That was amazing. So every night we'd get up, we'd go back to the hotel after, you know, after each event, each day, like practice, qualifying, the race and stuff. Every single time I went back to the hotel to go get some food in the restaurant nearby. Every time we'd get up to go and pay, he'd basically like push us back in our seat, knock our wallet out of our hand or whatever, and just be like, I'm paying for it. And then when I went to go try and pay for the fuel on the way back as well, like while I'm stood there at the pump, he's already ran into the bloody shop, the little twat, to go pay for the fuel himself. He was like, I've got this, don't worry. I'm like stood there holding the pump in my hand like, I can't run after you because I'm filling up. Why are you doing this to me? So like I nearly chowed at him because it was just like, no, we're here treating you. This is your birthday present from us. Let us treat you. And he just wouldn't let us. So it was an absolute little gem. He's a little gem, but he is also a little twat sometimes, because you'll be like, hey, what do you want for, is there anything specific you want for your birthday? Anything you need, or anything you'd like, or anything you've been looking at getting, whether it be a DVD he wants to, because he still collects DVDs. So is there any films you want on DVD and stuff like that, and or whatever, and he'd just be there, no, I don't want out, no, you don't need to get me anything, no, we don't want nothing, no. And he won't even drop, because you've then asked him if there's anything he wants. He will never look at anything in front of you. Like if you go shopping or something with him, He'll just walk by everything, not look at a single thing, so you don't get any inkling or any idea of anything he would might like for his birthday or for Christmas, or as a just because. DVDs and CDs are going to make a comeback. I swear they will. I really hope so, because I really I liked it and hated it at the same time, carrying a CD player around with me to school. Because the annoying thing is, whenever you got knocked, it skipped or it stopped, and it stopped playing, and it was really annoying until I got my first MP3 player. I really do hope the USB MP3 players make a comeback, because they were incredibly good. The fact that you could literally just drag and drop a file onto it, and then there you go, there's your song, you can listen to it. It's done. But yeah, he won't give you any inkling as to anything he wants. Once he knows you are looking for something, or once it's around his birthday or Christmas, like within that month, he'll never give you any ideas of what he needs, or what he would like, or anything, because he doesn't want anyone to buy him anything. And it's really annoying. MP3 players were so chill. Yeah, they were really cool. I loved my MP3 player, but then I hated it at the same time, because I could only ever fit like 20, 30 songs on it at a time, depending on the length of the song. Once I got my first iPod, which was the iPod Nano, I think it was the first like proper iPod. That was the first one I ever had, and I was just sat there. Stop making me feel old. No, never. And I'd just sit there on a night, with it plugged into my laptop, into my computer, laptop, whatever it was. I can't remember what. And I'd just be sat there with every single CD I had of like Blink-182, New Found Glory, Paramore, you know, all Queen, all the absolute bangers of rock and roll and pop punk, and I'd just be sat there copying every single one of them to iTunes, because I couldn't afford to purchase any songs on iTunes, so I had to sit there with the discs, copying them all, and then once I'd copied all the songs, then dragging all the songs that I wanted onto the iPod. And I remember sitting there waiting for it to transfer all these songs over to it, and I think it was something like 120 songs or something like that, and it took like 4 hours, 5 hours to transfer all these songs from CD to my laptop or my computer, and then to my iPod. And it took me all night. I think at one point when I wanted to change some of the songs or add some more to it, I just ended up leaving my computer on all night, so that come the morning when I was off to school, they'd all be on there and ready to go. And I would even sit there and find the album artwork for every single one of them as well, because I had to have the album cover if it didn't automatically get it. And that was and now you don't have to do any of that shit, because we've all got Spotify, so we could just stream the music. Kids these days will never know the pain of not having every single song at your fingertips. Or if someone was like, oh, have you heard this song? No. You would then have to wait and have the conversation the next day about how good that song is or how bad that song was. You still buy CDs? I gave up ages ago because I just don't have room for them. I've replaced CDs with anime figures, and I do not regret anything. I stopped buying CDs because of Spotify, because I absolutely hated how slow it was to transfer songs. And now I just can't be dealing with that stuff. You don't buy them often, but from time to time I treat myself to a CD. See, I've got a friend who's similar into that, except he doesn't buy CDs, he buys vinyls. And then I ask him if he's ever going to play the vinyls, and he's like, well, no, I don't have a vinyl player. I'm like, well, why the frig are you buying vinyls then? It makes no sense. It's like, oh, they'll be collectible. To who? You do have YouTube Music Premium, fair enough. Yeah, see, everyone just listens to streams music now. I don't understand why he wants a vinyl player, which is probably why he's getting them. But then he won't ever play the vinyls that he's buying, because one day they might be collectible. And I'm like, dude, do you really think that people back when vinyls were around thought that way? No, they played their freaking vinyls. That's what they're for. Listen to the song. Listen to the album. Although I will say, I think, having listened to a few vinyl records, I think they do sound a little bit better, to be honest, than like CD or MP3. Because the grooves in it are the exact sound wave. They're not a digital replica or a bunch of ones and zeros or anything like that. It's the exact sound the music was making. But I think it only really sounds better if you've got a really good vinyl record player. Or a really good vinyl record and a really good vinyl record player. And neither are cheap. And a really good set of headphones as well. Like audiophile style headphones, which are, some of them are really expensive. Although you can get really good second-hand ones. Which I find a bit crazy. Like, if anyone's ever watched Dank Pods, them things expensive, yeah. If anyone's ever watched Dank Pod's YouTube channel, he's like a huge audiophile. He's got headphones that are older than most people's parents, because he absolutely loves headphones and is a huge music nerd. Like he did he's also Australian as well, so I'll be a bit surprised if you haven't come across him. But he absolutely loves headphones, loves music. He listens to music constantly, non-stop. He likes doing like comparing different headphones, see how the sound, and because every headphone, well, nearly every headphone sounds different. And like some of the headphones he's got, he'll be like, they're like 70 years old. They were used in a studio back when like Van Halen was recording music and shit like that. Like he buys them from like eBay and stuff like that because they're really cheap on eBay. Even though like when these headphones that he collects, because he collects them, he's weird like that. And he'll buy them for like $70 and stuff like that, like really cheap. And yet when they were new, they were like £200, £300, £400, £500 and stuff. And so, and he'll try them and they'll still sound absolutely amazing. And then you can go to a shop, buy a really expensive pair of headphones, and they sound like absolute shit. It's like some of the headphones have gone backwards, and then some of the headphones we've actually gone forwards. But the ones that we've gone forwards with are even more expensive than the shit expensive ones that you've just bought. Yeah, no, I'd love to buy a record of. What would you like to buy a record of? So, but it boggles my mind. Like, headphone manufacturers were getting it perfect like 60, 70 years ago and sooner. This game's soundtrack, it goes so hard. I love it. I do find myself singing it sometimes. It's really bad. It is a really good soundtrack, but I do find myself singing it from time to time as well. Sennheiser never had a problem with it before. Oh, fair. See, I've gone through the headphones that I remember the most and absolutely love the most was the Apple earbuds from, when was it? It was when they first redesigned it to be more direct and focus in your ear. Like, I've got AirPods, and as great and convenient as they are, because no wires and everything, the quality of them, I think, do not live up to those redesigned earbuds from like years and years ago, because I love them. They was amazing. I used to wear them when I was riding my motorbike to listen to music and listen to the sat nav of wherever I was getting lost in. Usually I was listening to it to find my way back, because I don't know where I'd end up, because I'd just jump on my bike and just ride just go wherever the moment takes me, and then I'd be like, oh shit, I don't know where I am. And it was some of the best moments of my life, because you just find little hidden gems that you never even knew about. But those headphones, and I had them when I got my original iPod Nano, and those were the best earphones that I've ever had, and I've never had any as good. Like, the headphones that I'm using now are really good. They sound amazing, but the battery life on them's terrible for streaming. Like, I have to plug them in whenever I get towards the end of my stream, and it's really frustrating because the battery life's just not there. I just want them to last at least 12 hours so that I can comfortably stream, no problem, for 8-9 hours. But like, they only last for about 7 hours, 6 on a bad day. But like, then there's the, like, sound wise, these headphones are some of the best I had, and they're just Asus wireless ones, and they're really good. They're not amazing, but they are really good. But they, after a while, they do get a little bit uncomfortable after having them on for like 6 hours. They get a little bit uncomfortable, because my ears are quite big. At least I think they're quite big. But they just start pinching, and they're not super uncomfortable, but they're not super comfortable either. They're a happy medium. We don't have a bus going there. Right, we need a bus going there. Where's the Mars bus? Mars 305. Right, we need some Frigidator buses, Frigidator trucks. You know what, I quite like, oh, I've gone past it. That one. Green. We want more cows. Oh, and it's gone. And it's back. Oh no, Schrodinger's cow's back. And he's gone. Did you fall asleep? I think they fell asleep. We'll soon find out when we get an angry message about me screaming. A bit, yes. I am a man of my word. I said I would scream and I did. Kind of listening, kind of sleepy. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to do it though. I said I was going to do it, so I had to do it. I couldn't be seen as a liar on the internet. It wouldn't have gone down well. It would have ruined my street cred. Not that I even had any to begin with, but it would have ruined my street cred. It's funny. Oh, I'm glad I got away with it. Maybe a couple more refrigerator trucks. Do we? We'll get 2 more, just to play it safe, because it is a long drive for him. You're heading off to bed. Enjoy the Republic, comrade. Take care. You too. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a good sleep, and I'll see you for tomorrow's stream where we're going to play some F1 Manager. It's Formula Friday tomorrow. Hey, it should be a lot of fun. We're trying to restore the glory of the Williams racing team. So I'll see you then. Right. Have we got... We seem to have a good, stable amount of workers here now. We still only have 1 person. Oh, right. Educated. They need educated people. Fair. Same with here. So we need some more highly educated people over here. That's where the train is going to come in handy. Right. Yes! We can bring resources over here now. Where is the train? Train, drive away. Come again another day. Right, we need to bring bricks, prefabs, and boards, please. Awesome. Right, he's gonna bring that over here. Hopefully, I mean, ideally, we should do a dedicated train, realistically speaking. But we can't afford it right now. So we just need something. Now we need to get workers here as well. I'm pretty sure I already ordered a couple of buses. I did order a couple of buses. Look at me. Oh, forever. Not always the idiot. And then we can zoom back over to the bus. We can copy it to that one. We can then view the line information. We can make sure line spacing is enabled, and we can head off. Right, we're going to let him get a little bit of a head start before we send the next bus. Because then that way, yeah, like I say, it gets a little bit of a head start. We don't have to keep the compute line length on. And to be fair, it shouldn't take that long. It shouldn't take that long, to be fair. Oh, a little bit of a slow getaway there. You should be... There we go. Now he's getting up to speed. There we go. Look at him go. You've never known speed like it. And now he's about to go over the next bridge. Oh, beautiful during sunset as well. Where's the sun? Somewhere. Behind all them clouds. Right, we do need to pave this road as well. So, you know what? We're going to get the team on it. Because the sooner they do it, the better. And it'll mean things get delivered here way freaking quicker. And a lot better. We'll also get the helicopters team to come and help out with it as well. Because then it'll be even faster. And we love it when things go even faster. Right, we've got workers here now. We just need the prefabs, bricks, boards, other junk. Gravel? Do we need gravel? We need gravel. Shit, I forgot to set up the gravel. That could have been getting loaded. Oh, no, wait. We did set up the gravel. We didn't set up the gravel. We set up the gravel to here, but not to here because I'm an idiot. Right, we'll get them working on it now. No wonder they're sat there with their feet up. I mean, can you blame them? They've been doing a freaking stellar job. Right, 90%. And they should get it nice and full. And then the trains might actually start working. Construction has stopped. Right, it's re-enabled. I honestly thought I'd re-enabled that. Da, 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 da. There we go. They found it. Where is the train? He's there. Right, you can go right through, mate. You do not need to wait for these clowns. We do need to get the signal set up, though. So let's just do that right now. So we want a mixed signal here and here. We want a chain signal right there. And we want a semaphore right there. That's gone green, which is good. That's what we like to see. We're just looking for the next point. There. Christ, that's a long way. And then we can change this one as well. So that's a sema. That's a chain. That's a chain. That's a sema. Semaphore, semaphore. We'll do it with a little bit of a gap. Because then they might be able to turn around. Bright eyes, every now and then I fall apart, and I need to know tonight. That should work. Shouldn't it? They're working at the same time. They're doing it. They're doing it. Look at them go. Disco trains. They're building bridges. Good work, boys. Or girls. Whichever you are. Right, we've got people in education. Yes, we do need some more highly educated people. So I am going to purchase a few highly educated people. We really need to get some electronics. So these vehicles have arrived. Cool. Right, these are the source buildings. We want to keep these... I'm going to say 20%. Maybe 10. 10%. If we get any more than that, then they can sell. And they are going to go and sell right over here. That's it. That's their job. To keep an eye on these. If they get above 10%, go sell the excess. And that's how you do a sell excess. So we're going to rename this meat sell excess. I think that's how it's spelled. If not, that's how I'm doing it. And then if we do need to change it, we'll just click here. We can move it up to like 15 or 20. It does it in increments of 10, but we can type the number, the exact number that we want in there. So these guys will have the priority on delivering the food to the buildings we need to, as well as here. And then these guys, if these start ramping up production or whatever, and we start getting loads and loads of meat, a truck will come out, go over here, pick it up from one of these two, and then fling it off a building somewhere. And that's how it'll work. So it should be absolutely beautiful. And because we've got the two-way cargo connection here, they should be able to pull, well, these guys at least, should be able to pull whatever resources they need from either building. So if this one's empty and this one's still got some, because they go to this one, they should be able to pull the meat from this one. Or at least that's how it's supposed to work. In practice, a little bit different. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Right, these have got a good steady amount of workers. That is fantastic. Just by adding a couple of little houses here just to make sure this has workers. Might have to do the same thing again here, but maybe with a medium density building. Let's have a look. $84 is the best I've seen so far. 87. 94, this one. How many workers do you hold? 87. That's a bit more than what the, well, bit more than what that one needs. But it might be a decent idea to put one here. Up, 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 up. But then we do need more policeman officers in this one. We'll get a couple of experts in here. It's funny, you know when they've got people in them because the lights come on. It's at night. It's funny. So we should get a couple of policemen here. I've just been mindful. It costs $1 million to invite one lot of experts. It's so expensive. We need to hold on. What's the population doing? Is it in increasing or decreasing? It's hovering around the same number. Babies is at about 2,000. Children, we've got about 4,000. Adults still living with parents is 0. So we've got plenty of place for them. Productive workers is going up. And the number of babies is going up. And the number of children aged 7 to 12 are going up. Right, that's good. We are birthing about 300 and deathing that. We're getting 55 immigrants as well, but 85 people are escaping. Right. And that number's going up. People are leaving. So that's why our population is sort of plateaued. Because people are leaving. We can't have them leave. They can't leave. Government loyalty is plummeting, man. This is all because of... I hate to say it, but... it's all because of... my stupidity, mainly. But... it's all because they can't get electronics. So let's get an electronics truck. Right, we've got 12. NATO electronics distribution. Yeah, that's right. Probably not. Definitely not. Right. Go and deliver. Stand and deliver your goods. We need to go to that one, to this one, to this one, to this one, this one, and this one. So that is that city taken care of. Right. Next, you're going to come to this one. And you're going to go here and here. Then you're going to come to this one and there. So people should be able to get electronics now. Building is without power supply. Is that really a problem for your function? Because I don't think it is. Although if they keep this up at this rate, this petrol station is going to run out of fuel. Right, let's see how much it actually costs us on imports. Because then that, no, well, it's going to be higher at first, but then it's going to settle down. Once all the buildings have got the amount that they require, it'll settle. It'll calm right the fuck down. Right, they're all heading out. Look at them go. They've got a freaking hell of a journey, man. We might need to help them with paving. So if we pave that one, and that one, and then that one. I'm just trying to do one side so they can still operate. There we go. All the way up. And then helicopter squad is going to come flying in to the rescue like the Thunderbirds. And then we'll pave that road. And then once it's paved, we'll get them to do the other side as well. So that'll bring electronics back to people. That should restore some faith in us and increase their fondness of us, shall we say. Right. This is still working fantastic. There's a lot of people are still leaving. The population keeps going up but then down, but it's still hovering around that 25%. 2,500. 25,000. We're missing 5,000 people. Right, let's go keep an eye on the trucks. Oh, where are we? We're in Gordon. Oh, I did assign the helicopter squad, right? Yeah, I did. Good. We'll also assign Team 2 to it as well. Oh, they're doing this end first. That's why I couldn't hear them. Right, let's go find the trucks. Oh god, this is out of my eyes. Right, they're not here, so there must be... Yep, they're in the city. They are delivering electronics. Wait, did you go... You went there with... Oh, your food. Wait, why the fuck are you got... Why you got food, you pleb? What the frick are you doing? You absolute pleb. He had food as well. Wait, no, what are you doing? Oh, that's my doing. Because it's a warehouse. You absolute stain. What an absolute knob. Right, we'll have to wait a little bit to see how that works. Because I am a pleb. A knob. An idiot. An imbecile. A buffoon. Oh, what an idiot. Right. Have we even got any down here yet? Yeah, we've got some here. Right, so these guys should be a little bit happier now, right? You're gonna stop barking at me. We made a mistake. We had to make a choice. It was difficult. We weren't happy about it, but we had to do it. It's not one we made lightly. Right, cool. They've got people in. They're getting people in now. Our money's gone up, so I'm going to get a couple more educated people. And we're going to pay off some more loans. 7 pages worth of loans. Right, that'll do for now. Because I don't want our money to go any lower. Right, question is as well now. Do we sell some power to NATO? It is tempting. Especially with the fact that we're about to build a city near their border. And we're already not that far away from their border anyway. Like, we could do a big power line. Where's our nearest big power point? Is it really back here? No, it can't be. Yeah, it is. It's this guy on the left. That's our nearest high voltage. So we would have to do that from here all the way along here. Hop over to the other side of the road and the train track. Hop back. And then head all the way down here. Well, the road paving operation, I would like to say, is going very well. That is a huge undertaking for one power line. In fairness, if we do put a large power line in there, we can get rid of this medium voltage one that's going all the way over here. Well, actually, no, we can keep that, but reconnect it. Disconnect it here and connect it to a transformer. I mean, to be fair, it isn't very high voltage required over here. There's not a huge amount of power requirement. But it would make expanding this way a lot easier. So, you know what? We'll get that power line in. So we want to come off there. And, oh, we can head straight that way. That would be very useful. And we can just follow these power lines. Yeah, we need to cross at this point. And if we go there, then we can cross back. We can come all the way down here. We'll cross, cross, cross. And I am going to add in a high voltage switch right here. We just need to put a road in. Okay, all of that. And then we'll put in another high voltage switch. Where's the power lines? There. we'll put it on this side of the road. I was thinking of putting it down here, but it makes more sense putting it on the road. Connect that there. Give it the big okay. And no, that's a little bit too far if you ask me. That's more like it. And we'll put another high voltage switch here. I'm just thinking future proof. It gives us options in the future. Yeah, we'll do another one here. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, you... They don't have a power connection. Right, well, we need to cross the road anyway. So we'll do another one here. We'll get a road connected there. And then we need to add in an electrical foreign power connection. Right after this autosave. And we'll connect it up there. Cool. Right, now we can put our next high voltage wire. So go right here. Right there. Right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. And voila. Connected. Just need to get it all built. Cool. Right, all that's assigned. All that's getting worked on. And yeah, big undertaking, but it'll be worth it. It'll be a bit of extra change in our pocket, which I think is pretty good. But I am going to have to leave the stream right here, unfortunately. I do need to go pick the missus up from her work. So I'm going to leave it here. Thank you all ever so much for coming. Thank you for all your wonderful comments, messages. Thank you for sharing pictures of your dog in the Discord. That is absolutely awesome to see. And if anyone's done it that I haven't seen yet, I'll have a look. I've also posted a picture of my doggo in there as well. If you want to have a look at him and see how much of an idiot he is. I'll see you all tomorrow for tomorrow's stream, where we're going to be restoring the glory to Williams Racing in F1 Manager 2024. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and don't forget to stick around for the raid. I'll see you all later. Bye now. Have a wonderful day. Bye.